So this was interesting. Originally planned it to be a Things of Interest video because this is obviously something that would have fit a Things of Interest video. Honestly, maybe I probably should have just left it as that, but you know. And then I went into talking about the games that it came with, and then it became this thing, which is still kind of interesting. Like, I'm gonna see how it's like a challenge for me to see how much I can talk about a controller with 2 buttons. Also, some research was involved in this, so I'll talk about that. Well, happy 2020, everybody. So since it's a new year and all that, I kind of want to get some of that new year, new me mentality in by exercising a little bit. And considering it's still pretty dang cold out, I'm pretty sure I gained weight, so aside, I figured I could also warm myself up with a quick little workout. So let's see what kind of options I have. Look. Good job, me. I'm the best. Did it. Yeah, I'm gonna play virtual sports on my Famicom.
1, 2, 3, 4!
New intro theme, by the way, that's cool. The Famicom is such a haven for accessories. I can pretty much spend multiple core videos just talking about all the wacky stuff Nintendo came up for it. Maybe make it a series called AK Family Computer or something. I'll jot that down. But today, I kind of wanted to... I was still considering that, by the way, but like... you know, I made that video about using the Famicom keyboard with the SNES mouse. I was actually thinking of doing a full video on the Famicom basic thing, because you could theoretically it's like a programming language thing with it's a basic language programming thing, and there are people out there still like I know some people who are still to like invested in preserving programs that people have made for the thing. It's kind of like Game Builder Garage in a way, except, you know, you have to do the actual programming by yourself and share your programs on tape, audio cassettes. But I think that would be an interesting thing to look at later if it like wasn't a big hassle to set up, possibly. Today I want to focus on something from Konami. You know, the pachinko guys. Nice. That was a low blow, I'm sorry. But anyway, here's something you might find intriguing. Ladies and gentlemen and all in between, I present to you the Konami HyperShot. 2 of them! These are a pair of controllers that, just look at it, it's pretty self-explanatory. They're just... It's really just a challenge for me to like... It's literally just a challenge for me to talk about controllers with 2 buttons for 10 minutes. 2 plastic slabs with 2 huge buttons on each of them. The first time I came across them, I had several questions. For example, why? Alright, I'm not gonna make fun of how ridiculous they seem to be at first glance, because one advantage this does have over the regular Famicom controllers is that the buttons are larger, and thus more mash-friendly. You'll see the reasoning behind the emphasis on button mashing convenience as we take a look at the whopping 2 games that supported the controller. Hyper Olympic and Hyper Sports. I just can't believe, like, yeah, sometimes I want to talk about a thing, and then I kind of want the physical version of it to show off on the video, and then I just go out of my way to order something like that. This became like such a big problem with the Famicom 3D system video because I had to get all the games physically, and it was a pain. We'll get to that when we get to that. Both of them sports themed and published by Konami. Both of these games were originally arcade titles, then given slightly downgraded ports to the Famicom. I suppose these specialized controllers are sort of a way to replicate the original arcade controls, which according to photos just consisted of large run and jump buttons. I'd argue these controllers actually have larger buttons. Those just look like regular arcade buttons. I don't know how you're supposed to like mash those. You could probably do it, like I'm terrible at button mashing, for the record, so. The HyperShot doesn't have duplicate buttons, but if you're left-handed, you can also just flip the controller upside down. Accessibility. Yeah, it's also pretty neat that the HyperShot already has 2 controllers connected together for 2-player competition. Considering the controller retailed for around 2,000 yen when it... So, okay, yeah. I did not know the price. This magazine article I had to go out of my way to find from like random Japanese Twitter post by name searching the thing. And I probably would have found out otherwise, so nice. Shoutouts to Norm, the gaming historian, for pointing me in the right direction on how to research that. First released, or around $22 today, that's a pretty good deal for 2 controllers in one. As another side note, there is in fact another licensed accessory for the Famicom. Look at that, that's the real HyperShot. That's the video you guys wanted to see in the parallel universe. Like, look at that, Scott. Surely this could have been sold in America. That's also called the HyperShot, but that's a sick looking light gun made by Bandai instead. I mean, at least with this one the name fits a little bit better, but in this house we don't shoot, we mash buttons hard. Okay, yeah, so, you know. I don't know how popular hypersports is in Japan, but like, in Japan, people really love their button mashing for some reason. They absolutely love. They have a like Hudson Soft made like a tool, made like a small handheld thing that specifically tests your button mashing skills. For some reason, like Japanese people really love doing that for some reason. Well, let's take a look at the first game to use the Konami HyperShot, Hyper Olympic. Happy Olympics, guys. Fun fact, the original arcade release is actually one of the very first officially licensed Olympic video games. This one being for the 1984 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. I definitely remember this. It's cool to see the tradition that somehow got picked up by Mario and Sonic got its start here. Ow. At least Mario and Sonic in Tokyo 2020 games isn't some sort of like alternate universe where it actually happened. Meme. The title theme is Chariots of Fire, or as I like to call it, the motivational meme song. Yeah, I first heard of that song through memes, so whoop. Another fun fact, this player sprite is actually different from that in the regular version of the game. That's because there's actually a really cool story. The copy I have is, as the sticker on it declares, a limited edition. Long story short, this version was most likely given away as a promotion for a Japanese comedy show sponsored by Konami, which featured comedian Ken Shimura dressed as the Japanese king with a foolish persona, so the player character in this version of the game resembles him. If you want to know more, I'll link to this video by Gaijillionaire, which goes more in depth about his appearances in other video games. Yeah, Ken Shimura is kind of like a popular, I wouldn't say like comedian, but you know, it's kind of like a funny like talk show host in Japan, like I just mentioned. And unfortunately, he passed away last year from COVID-19. So one of the more notable losses apparently in Japan. And yeah, a bummer, basically. Like it was kind of like I first heard about it, and then I'm like, wait, is it that Ken Shimura? But wait, no, it was from the HyperShot video I talked about on like Hyper Olympic. But I'm guessing that's just because, you know, he was kind of popular, so he's relatively more popular in Japan, so he like appeared in lots of things, including like there's other video games that he appeared in, so clearly there was some level of popularity here. But yeah, rest in peace. Anyway, Hyper Olympic on the Famicom has 4 different events to choose from. 100-meter dash is pretty self-explanatory. I love the hypercam joke. It's so dumb, but it's so good. Explanatory. You race against the computer or a second player by mashing the run button. And boy do you mash the run button, the CPU can put up quite a fight. This is where I start to appreciate the large buttons on the HyperShot. The Japanese developers really love their button mashing. A lot more. Button mashing definitely feels a lot easier here than on a standard controller. The arcade original actually featured 2 run buttons so you could alternate between them. You can actually kind of simulate this by lining up the 2 HyperShot controllers side by side, as both run buttons will work in single player, but it's actually way less effective. You're better off just smashing 1 button. This is actually I don't think that was like an officially sanctioned way to do it, so probably doesn't really work. first games to start the age-old tradition of button mashing in running minigames. Apparently, players of the arcade version often use tricks like swiping coins and rulers over the buttons to mash them faster, and arcade owners reported high rates of damage to the machines as a result. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Like, I think by using a ruler to mash a button, what they mean is kind of like, I don't know, putting a ruler like over the button and sort of flicking it quickly in the way that it also hits the button. I have no idea how that's supposed to work. Like, there has to be some resistance there to stop it from working, right? Like, at least with coins, I can sort of get it. Like, I have no idea how they mash buttons, dude. Like, it's crazy. Yikes! Japan ain't screwing around when it comes to button mashing. Moving on to the long jump. You run down the runway by mashing the button as always, and long jump. That is a long jump. When you press the jump button, the duration you hold it for changes the angle at which you jump at. You preferably want around a 45-degree angle for the best results. One time I actually managed to beat the real-life long jump world record of 8.95 meters. Okay. I wonder if the world record actually has been updated since then. So someone maybe search that up. Gotta wonder. My record is 9 meters 36. So I'll have that Guinness certificate, thank you very much. Next up, the 110-meter hurdles. You've probably figured out how to play this one, don't you? Oh yeah, this is another one of those videos where I had to, record both the controller and... I have to record both the controller and the video. And I will go more in depth with this in the R.O.B video. But like, I used an old capture card to record this footage because I had to get, direct footage from my Famicom. And my Famicom was modded so that it outputs through composite video. And the only capture card I have that supports composite video natively, anyway, without a converter, is my super old Elgato game capture card from like 2012. I didn't get it in 2012, but it was an old model, so I could get it for cheap. But it doesn't really play well with Famicom games because every time the screen transitions to something else, there's a chance that it would act like the signal disconnected. And if the signal disconnects when you're in the middle of recording something, it splits the video in half. So if you play like a round of even like Super Mario Brothers, where you can go through a pipe and then it transitions to another screen, that's its second video. And then what you get is like a bunch of like snippets of like 10 to 15 second long videos. And that is like impossible to put together. So I have no idea how I managed to I just got lucky enough that the Hyper Olympic games didn't actually mess with the recording that much, so I could still sync the two videos up properly. But in the but when I was recording the footage for R.O.B the Robot, every time the screen flashes to send a signal to R.O.B, it counts as like a signal disconnect to the capture card, and then it was basically impossible to record that way. Because I am not splicing together 100 different videos together to sync with the R.O.B footage and risk it having to desync. And I'll talk more about that when I get to the R.O.B video, but it was like, man, I am never using that to record AV footage ever again. I went off on a tangent talking about video capture woes, so hopefully that's what you came here for. And finally, the javelin throw. This control's very similar to the long jump. In fact, it might be too similar. You run just as usual and then throw the javelin with the jump button, controlling the angle in basically the same way. Even the optimal angle to throw at is pretty much the same. Though I won't lie, compared to the long jump, it's way more satisfying to hear the javelin make that noise as it slowly flies through the air. Hello. I had to do it. I had to do it. Look, it was predictable. It was predictable, but damn, I had to make it. I subverted it later on though, so, So this game wasn't really all too exciting. The 4 minigames don't really feel too distinct from one another. Heck, 2 of them share basically the exact same controls. Well, at least there's another game to look at, HyperSports. This is another arcade conversion, this time for the sequel to Hyper Olympic. This time around, you start off at the first event, skeet shooting, and must get to a certain score to qualify for the next game. And while this is totally different, you have to shoot at clay targets flying across the screen. You have 2 aiming reticles to your left and right that move automatically.
This is actually super challenging, by the way.
Each button on the HyperShot allows you to shoot in that direction. Even with 2 reticles though, this is still quite challenging because of how small they are. If you miss a shot twice, your controls will be temporarily locked, so you can't just smash your way through and have to do it with absolute precision. It almost feels like I'm playing a rhythm game at times. Just to be clear, thinking of it as a rhythm game doesn't always work, so, because it's random. I don't know how I managed to get that footage, but you know. Aiming reticles do grow larger with each consecutive shot though, and if you get into the groove of things, you can indeed get a perfect score, in which case a UFO flies by to award you more points.
That's a good joke. Some people noticed that, which is nice. This was, yeah, I killed him. Deal with it.
Next up is the triple jump. This is once again similar to the long jump from Hyper Olympic, only this time you jump 3 times. For some reason though, I had a lot of trouble just jumping far enough to get a qualifying score of 13 meters, even when I tried my best to follow the optimal angles. And if you don't get a qualifying score within 3 turns, you get a game over and are sent back to the beginning. So that was a lot of clay targets I had to shoot just to get another attempt at the triple jump.
So yeah, I'm like 90% sure that the triple jump in this game is fundamentally broken. Like, it just doesn't work for some reason. Like, just on the off chance you get a miracle and the jump actually goes as far as it was intended to go. But every time I try, like so many times I tried and it didn't work. And I don't know if I mentioned this later. I think I did, but like, this game got like American localization on the NES, which instead of using the HyperShot, they used the regular controller buttons instead. And I tried out the long jump in that game. I tried the triple jump in that game, and it actually functioned fine. I was able to nail it basically almost every time. So I don't know what's with this version of the game. For some reason, triple jumps just bugged out, and like it was super frustrating. But it was like super frustrating because I was recording on an actual console, and you know I didn't have save states or rewind. I just had to, like, if I failed, I just got a game over. I had to do the shooting again. And then I had to record the footage of me succeeding. And so, you know, yeah, that was a bit of a pain. Good montage, by the way. Like,
ah! I was so close. Come on! Well, I persevered and somehow managed to get a far enough jump to land it. Please don't ask me how.
Yeah, that's like, I'm literally, that shaking in disbelief is real. Like, the game just decides that, oh, this time you can jump far enough to actually reach the goal. I don't get it. I still don't get it.
Anyway, the third event is archery, and it's kinda weird. First of all, it's played from a top-down view. The target moves from the top to bottom, and timing your button press correctly is what affects your horizontal aim.
That is not how archery would be played in the Olympics, I imagine. Which is kind of why this doesn't have the Olympic branding, probably.
How long you hold the button, on the other hand, adjusts the angle that you shoot at, thus affecting your vertical aim. It's kind of confusing at first, but it's simple once you grasp it. If you time it right and aim for an angle of around 5 degrees, you should be able to hit the center fairly easily. On one occasion, I actually managed to make this guy with an apple on his head show up, but
it's not a guy, it's a cat. I just noticed, like, that's a cat.
But I don't know the requirements behind— oh god!
I just killed him. Good job.
Lastly, we have the high jump. Just like all the jumping events before it, you get a running start and then press jump to presumably jump over the pole. I say presumably because in the 3 times I got far enough to reach this event, I've either jumped too early or hit the pole no matter what I tried. Holding down the jump button adjusts your angle again, and apparently you can retract your legs once you cross the pole to avoid bumping into it. But honestly, at this point, I just lost motivation to constantly retry it. Especially since I had to deal with the ridiculous triple jump in the first place. It's the last event in the game anyway, and clearing it just gives you an overview of the world record scores before starting a second loop.
I had to go and find YouTube footage of the ending to show you this. I think this goes to tell you how hard it was.
Not even your final scores. In general, I definitely prefer Hyper Sports over Hyper Olympic. It has a greater variety of games and has its own challenge, even if it seems unfair at times. Makes sense for a sequel to improve on the original. And gamers in the West actually got a sweeter deal, because Konami combined the games from both Hyper Olympic and Hyper Sports and released them in the West as Track and Field.
Yeah, the one time that, Americans got the sweeter deal. So Track and Field on the NES is basically both of these games fused together, and you can play with a regular controller. The
HyperShot controller didn't get a Western release, so the controls were remapped to the D-pad and A button on the NES controller. But hey, you get to select from all 8 events to play separately from a menu now. And they actually fixed the controls in the triple jump so you actually jump far this time. So nice work. Still, the original Japanese release has its own interesting...
I imagine, now that I have the, I kind of imagine that now I have, Famicom to USB adapter, like Famicom extension port to USB adapter. I got one to use it with the Famicom keyboard. I haven't actually tried it with the HyperShot, but I imagine it would actually work. And I can use that on an emulator with the games. That might possibly work. Or actually, these are really good Rhythm Heaven controllers. They're just 2 buttons, but you can play Rhythm Heaven Fever with these. Potentially.
Story to tell, with its controller accessories and special editions and whatnot. The fact that Konami released a pair of
Oh yeah, you can totally cheat Track and Field with a turbo controller. I'm pretty sure.
Controllers specifically designed for button mash.
But for this one, Hyper Olympic, you need the actual controllers. You need the specialized controllers to work. You can't use a regular game controller at all. It won't play that way. Is that a way to prevent button mashing? Maybe. I don't think if you hook... I'm not sure. I think if you hooked up there are turbo controllers that they released for the Famicom, which also plug into the front, but I'm not sure those actually work with Hyper Olympic and Hyper Sports. So
mashing on a game system that already has 2 regular controllers built in really demonstrates the fostering competitive spirit of...
Ow! This trailer, I'll let it play.
Japanese gamers. And of course, we're all still button mashing in video games to this day.
Yeah, I had to put a Street Fighter as a... It's a joke. It's a joke example. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously.
Should still work on that game accessibility thing though. Not everyone can mash like Takahashi Meijin.
No, that's... Look at that guy.
Well,
yeah, that guy's a fabled, legendary Japanese game player. I'm not actually too sure about his history, but he is well known as one of his accomplishments is they can button mash like crazy.
That's about it for the Konami HyperShot. I guess I'm just gonna end this video on a small piece of trivia. This was gonna be a things of interest video just on the HyperShot controllers, but then I played the 2 games and figured that this is worthy of its own core video. So I hope...
I mean, actually nowadays I will probably still make it a things of interest video because I don't wanna make it feel like, oh, things of interest videos have to be smaller in scale compared to a core video. Honestly, I think things of interest is just a different name, right? If I just want to make... It's basically a core video on a thing instead of a general topic, right? I don't know how I would classify it, but it's still decent. I still put a decent amount of effort into things of interest. The next one I'm working on especially. But yeah, honestly, this could be a things of interest video, but I'll leave it like that.
Hope you did learn a thing or 2 about it. I guess now I just have to figure out an ending because I have no idea how to end this video. Screw it.
I'm pretty sure filming this was the last time I went outdoors without a mask. Good times. Where even is that? Can I tell you? Guess. There's a runner in the background, so you know. Oh, I didn't actually share it in this video. Like, So this trailer, which is kind of like showing
competitive
the old
spirit
like,
of
you know,
Japanese.
showing the old button match. Apparently, there's like a Japanese tradition, I guess. Like, those Japanese people really like HyperSports. This was a trailer for HyperSports R, which was supposed to be a HyperSports game for the Nintendo Switch. And the same series also actually had installments on the DS, I believe. But for some reason, the Switch game got canceled. And yeah, so no more HyperSports. I don't know what happened. Could be the pandemic. I think it did get canceled like later in the year. That might have had something to do with it, or it could just be Konami being Konami. But we will never know. And it kind of sucks because apparently I guess HyperShot, the HyperSports, does kind of have like a legacy in Japan. There are trailers. This is from part of the trailer about it. You can find HyperSports R for Nintendo Switch trailers. But just kind of like it just died for some reason. I have no idea. But that is HyperSport. But Hypercam actually registered. Haha, Hypercam. I'm funny. Okay. Wow. HyperSports. I mean, like, it was kind of a dumb thing. Like, really, it was like a things of interest video turned core video. I mean, would I go outside and run for a things of interest video? Maybe not, but you know, nowadays I probably would. I got some got some dumb jokes in there still, which is nice. I think I made it interesting enough. I mean, it's not my best, like it isn't my best performing core video because, you know, the subject matter is just so weird. It's literally just two controllers. But I like to think I made it interesting enough to watch. So yeah, it's a neat little video. Okay, I don't know if I have like, what can I share about the history behind, like, I said it a little bit. I felt like this was also kind of a spur of the moment idea. Because one of my original April Fool's plans was indeed to make a core video entirely in Chinese. Not that I haven't covered like Chinese speaking topics on this channel before. Like I made like an unscripted Rambo in 2016, back when there was some Hong Kong related controversy over the new Pokemon localization. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, but Pokemon like settled on like an official Chinese name after having like 3 separate different unofficial, quote unquote unofficial translations, and then the final name that they settled on, Hong Kong fans weren't really a big fan of that, and probably still aren't to this day. They still kind of use the unofficial name to refer to it mostly, but I talked about that a little bit, trying to get awareness out there, but it's kind of weird because it was unscripted and it was 2016. I did not know how to talk. It's still in my archive videos playlist if you want to watch that, but I forgot what I've said in that video, but I did talk a little bit about like the naming controversy that Pokemon had. And yeah, I ended up wanting to do, so back then I already had some plans in like eventually talking about the situation of 3DS releases in Hong Kong, because Nintendo of Hong Kong was like really weird. I have actually went to like a few of, like, back when of course I got a 3DS in July of 2011, and that was before the 3DS officially came to Hong Kong. So because we only had import systems, either Japanese or American, and I picked up the American system. So in 2012, the 3DS officially released in Hong Kong, and Nintendo of Hong Kong did some events. They hosted like some small scale events at shopping centers and stuff like that, where you could, you know, demo games and, you know, win some prizes. And I did join some of those events, got some pictures taken there as even with my 3DS, and actually met some cool people there. Did I win? Let me think. So they had like an event. Let me think. Did I win? Actually, I think I did. Like, I forgot what I won though. Is the thing. Okay, so they had like back when the 3DS was released in Hong Kong, the hit Nintendo title at that time was New Super Mario Bros. 2. So I think that was kind of like one of the launch titles for the 3DS in Hong Kong. And they made like an event where you could do a coin rush competition. Like they had a coin rush so they had like some Nintendo of Hong Kong employees on there, and you would like challenge them to a game of coin rush with, I presume, like the same set of stages. And like the highest score wins a prize. I believe I won, but I forgot what prizes I got. Like I know some of the things you think they played? No, not really. Not really. It was kind of, because the target audience. Oops, sorry. The target audience was kids, you know, casual players. I don't think they went especially hard. I'm not sure what I won from that. Like I know there are like 2 things that I got from the event. So I got like folders basically. I got 3D Land and Mario Kart 7 themed folders. I don't believe those were the prizes. Oh god, I have no idea what I won from there. I'm pretty sure I didn't lose. I just huh. Because obviously it was not like, brand new system or oh dear lord. It was something. I forgot what it was. Like maybe if I looked at old photos of the event, it might jog my memory. It could just be a photo for what I know. I have no idea. I'm not gonna spend my time thinking about it, but like I'm just gonna let's start the video. So we got a doozy. It's so weird to like okay. I know I'm a native Chinese speaker. Like, oh, how many videos are left? 4 more. I don't know if we can do them all within like today, because I might have to end a bit early. Okay, but oh god, ow, wait, hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. I felt like I sat. I suddenly felt this pain in my back, probably because I sat for way too long. So I had to like get up for a moment. Oops. Good posture is important. Ow. Anyway, I know. I have no idea how weird it is to. I'm gonna.
喂，大家好啊！我今日咧想同大家整一條特別啲嘅片咧，就想同大家講解一下咧任天堂喺香港官方推出遊戲機嘅歷史啊！因為咧我估咧依家睇緊呢段片嘅人咧，有一半人咧都唔知道我真係嚟自香港啊，同埋你而家都應該唔知道我喺度講緊啲乜嘢，所以咧我想趁呢個機會咧同大家講解一下我同香港任天堂到底有咩經驗啦，順便可以一齊去睇下佢哋嘅歷史啊！咁不如我哋由佢哋嘅紅白機開始講起啊！
任天堂紅白機第2代經已面世。
I don't know if that's still weird to you guys, because I know I am a native speaker. I know I'm a Chinese native speaker. I speak Chinese every day. I can speak Chinese right now, but you guys would not understand me. 好似而家咁樣，你應該聽唔明我講乜嘢。But like, it feels weird doing that on YouTube. Is the thing. I've spoken Chinese for almost every moment of my life, and like for some reason, I still find speaking English to be way more like. Of course, okay. So it's weird, right? Like you're listening to me speak English right now, and to most people, I could probably pass as like a first language speaker. Like I like to think I'm decently fluent in English for someone in Hong Kong, right? Because in Hong Kong, there's a lot of like you know Chinglish, right? The term where people like mash words together, they ignore grammar. They ignore grammar. So I don't know how one like regular Hong Kong speaker would speak, but like I have no idea how to just like I want to give you guys like a taste of what a Hong Kong speaker would sound like regular. Your average Hong Kong speaker of English. They kind of talk like this, and they just also kind of like ran. No, I can't do it. But they mix Chinese and English terms together. I do that sometimes, but I can't like. There are probably examples of that out there because we have English speaking exams, and they have there are like sample videos out there of like what to do, what not to do. There's like you guys have taken oral examinations before, right? Group discussions and that, and there's a lot of like funny like I know, but like Hong Kong English speakers often fall into like certain like tropes. I don't get the F and TH thing still, but like yeah. Anyway, basically speaking Chinese on YouTube is still weird to me. The thing is, in real life, like 80% of the time, I'm speaking Chinese. Like, I personally think I'm more fluent in English than Chinese, but in real life, 80% of the time, I'm speaking in Chinese. There are some people who I talk to English in. Like, I talk to in English in. Fuck, whatever. Like, I have no idea how to, like, say that. But, some people I speak to in English, but not a lot. Essentially, is the way I would put it. But like when I'm speaking here by myself with like no one in real life to just a group of essentially strangers on the internet. Well, and just friends on the internet. You can have online relationships, but people I have never met in real life except like one time. I can speak English like normally. There has only been one time where I met up with someone in real life who I first met online. They prefer to stay anonymous, but they are here. They're actually in the server, I believe, but I won't say who it is. But they were nice. I chilled out with them, even had dinner with them, which was it still felt like a little bit awkward when I was just trying to like converse in real life in English. The fact it's still kind of weird. Like, I know I am speaking pretty naturally here, but if I can let you guys unmute and I can talk to you guys in real time, I think that might be a bit more awkward for me. It's the thing. I don't join a lot of voice chats. I've been on a few podcasts. Don't unmute people. Don't unmute the people. Let me speak in peace. Don't. I'm fine. I don't like, it's not like I suddenly can't communicate with people. I don't have communication problems. I'm fine in English. I don't want to get too personal, but thing is, I just find it more comfortable speaking in English online compared to real life. That's it. That's about it. Am I done sharing my personal anecdote? I guess. Yeah. Let me go back to the video. So this is a Famicom commercial for Hong Kong. I don't have a Hong Kong version Famicom, but it's Hong Kong Famicom is kind of weird. I'll get to that when we talk about it. Alright, has the joke settled down? Has the audience retention rate plummeted off a cliff? I haven't actually checked the audience retention rate on this video. I kind of wonder if there was actually a steep decline when I started talking Chinese. Okay, it's rewind time. Funny.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So the original plan for this was to make a core video entirely in Chinese about a quick topic that's related to Hong Kong, to just sorta rub the whole thing in, but then I figured I really wouldn't want to record the same video 2 times for an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, this video had like one of the fastest turnarounds, despite the research. Probably because I didn't have to film a lot of things, I just had to write the script and then put it together. I should probably do more videos like that, actually. It's just like saves on recording time, actually.
That 98% of my audience won't watch until the end. And also, the research I did for this video ended up actually pretty fascinating. So you're getting an actual video in English now. Thank me later. Happy April Fools!
Yeah, so of course next year I spoke entirely in English for 45 minutes talking about the 3DS license agreement.
So in this video, I want to talk about the general history of official Nintendo releases where I live, in Hong Kong. Now this is a seemingly mundane but actually pretty interesting topic. Before we dive in, 2 quick points. One is that Hong Kong and China are not really the same place. I'm not gonna explain it here so you can look it up for more details, but basically, if you're familiar with things like the IQ brand in mainland China, or the ban on consoles there that lasted 15 years, they all don't apply to Hong Kong.
I think like IQ on its own would be an interesting topic for another video. I did mention I was gonna talk about the IQ player, but then I figured if I were to talk about the IQ player, I have an IQ player, and I figured if I were to talk about that in another video, I would probably have to also cover its history. I figured that would be an interesting trick. The thing is, like, I don't know much about stuff in China. I did not get it. Like, I got it by someone was miraculously selling it here in Hong Kong locally. There's like one of them. I have not found any more since. For like way lower price than what they go for on eBay. Normally, like if I were to get one now, I would probably hop onto like a mainland site like Taobao and then find one of them. And they're even then on those sites, they're still expensive for what I paid for it. One in Hong Kong for some reason. So in mainland Chinese sites are probably the best bet if you want to get one without paying for exorbitant prices on eBay. Because on eBay you can only find like sealed ones and they're like super expensive. But either way, as I was saying, IQ would be a nice little video topic to do in the future. Because I still know plenty of people who are doing homebrew stuff for it, and like the homebrew scene is progressing really nicely on the whole IQ player. Like you can do some really cool stuff on it now.
Secondly, Hong Kong is a place where import games are rampant.
I don't have like a lot of footage for this, so like I don't know if people always wonder like, oh, how come in Hong Kong game stores you can get like stuff for like way lower than the MSRP? And honestly, I have no idea. That's just how Hong Kong is. You can get like games like regular Switch game, $60 US. In Hong Kong terms, on the Hong Kong eShop, each new game release is about 450 Hong Kong dollars. So imagine that as sort of like the equivalent, right? 450 Hong Kong dollars is like the official price for a Switch game. And then when a new game comes out, you can often get it like 1 to 2 days before the official release date for $380. $360 if you're lucky. I have no idea how it works. Honestly, to this day, I still believe it's some sort of magic. I have never paid for $450 for a game in Hong Kong. Like, actually, there was this one time. There was only one time that I paid like $430 for a game in Hong Kong. And that was when Smash Ultimate broke Street Date in Hong Kong, and demand for it was insane. That was the only time I think I probably paid MSRP for a game. Because it was like 2 or 3 days early, and I got to play Smash Brothers. Yeah. Hong Kong, really cool place. Like, shame about the politics, but like cool place for video games. Some also like those footage I took most of this footage from other like old footage. Like you can see there's Wii games on sale.
Secondly, Hong Kong is
there's Wii and Wii U games on sale. I don't know when this like was taken. I believe it was somewhere like 2011, 2012? I have no idea. I think I know what the store is, but this old footage. I don't have like, I had to get YouTube footage for these.
It's a place where import games are rampant. Some people have asked why my Switch collection consists of a mix of US, Japanese, European, and Hong Kong releases.
Also, yeah, besides the price and the breaking of street dates, long before region lockout was a thing, the best thing about getting Hong Kong games is that you can pick and choose between Japanese and American games. Although usually the Japanese ones are slightly more cheaper than American ones. Probably because the American ones, people can actually read the English. Back in the 3DS days, it wasn't that bad of an issue because usually when a game came out in Japanese, then the stores have the Japanese version in stock, and then the American release date rolls around, and then people have the English version. But yeah, getting like I have like a decent collection of 3DS games that are like US region based, and it didn't really become a problem until the Switch came out, because the Switch is region free, so there really isn't any incentive for every single store to stock different versions of games. So that's why I had a mix of Japanese and English games. I just had to buy whatever version I found. So Kirby Star Allies, I could only find it in Japanese. And then Splatoon 2, for some reason I got the European version. I don't know why. I probably would have gotten the American one. But because Europe has their own Splatfest. I'm going off on a tangent. There's so much I want to talk about for Hong Kong because I feel like that's the one video you guys want me to talk about. So there you go. But yeah, getting US 3DS games is not a hassle until the Switch came out. And then the store started stocking like Japanese Switch games. And then for some reason, the American 3DS games became super hard to find. Like, post 2017, when a new 3DS game came out, stores only stocked the Japanese version for some reason. WarioWare Gold came out. And then it took me 5 days, like 3 or 5 days to get a copy of it. It was pain. Actually, if you go to a game store in Hong Kong now, I'm pretty sure they still have like the Japanese 3DS games in stock, like the latest ones. But they're all Japanese versions. You can get Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. You could probably get Metroid Samus Returns. You could get WarioWare Gold. I've seen that on sale. You can get Detective Pikachu. All the Japanese versions, never the US ones. And the US ones are like way more expensive. This pain. Samus Returns will be in Japanese. I don't think I've seen the US version of that.
releases. And that's because the majority of game stores here sell both official and
yeah, here we go. Okay. So this is remember, 450 is what Nintendo sets their prices at on the Hong Kong eShop. These are new games. 388 for Mario Tennis Aces, 388 for Mario. This is not even like the cheapest store. This is like your regular 398 for Mario Kart. No one would pay 398 for Mario Kart now. They get Mario Kart 8 for way cheaper. You won't pay 398 for Super Mario Party. I have seen 3D All Stars for $300, brand new. Hong Kong is magic. I have no idea how we do it. Also, like Mario Maker 2 is 430 something because it comes with NSO. Yeah, it's the one that comes with 1 year of Switch Online. Hong Kong is wild.
Import versions of games, sometimes for prices cheaper than the official MSRP, or even days before the official release date. Here's a small list of Switch games that I got 1 or 2 days before they officially released.
Don't you love it when my best example is like Ring Fit Adventure. Ring Fit Adventure is such an interesting case. So Ring Fit Adventure broke street date here, and I picked it up for like 530 Hong Kong. I don't know how much that is in US dollars, but it is lower than the MSRP. So 530 Hong Kong dollars. And then after that, the Ring Fit shortage happened. So like when it first released, it was already more expensive than what I got it for. And then the shortage happened, and I probably could have sold my Ring Fit copy and made a quick buck. Honestly. It's just kind of funny to me because like not a lot of people were getting Ring Fit early. For some reason I did. And it theoretically paid off, but I didn't sell it, so there's the big bucks I'm missing out. Just because I want to get fit.
My first knowledge of there being a Hong Kong branch of Nintendo started around the Wii era, but I was curious to know how their systems and games were officially
$1,499 for a Wii console. Brand new back then when it launched in 2011. I don't know how much that is in US dollars, so do the math.
distributed back in the day. So let's travel back to 1986 and take a look.
Okay, I don't know why. Like, I keep pausing the thing. We're gonna take forever to get through this. Basically, I kind of wanted to do like just for like a small dumb reason. I kind of wanted to have the jingles where I introduce each system to be like a pretty unique jingle. So like, I did like a funny little mini game where if you could identify all of the sounds I use for each system, you get a cookie. So if you haven't done that yet, go ahead and do it. I might reveal the answers.
Yeah, surprisingly, I expected the Famicom to be what Hong Kong first officially got, but it was the NES instead. Nowadays, the Famicom is still the more common and cheaper system you can find in flea markets and stuff due to the amount of people importing it from Japan. But in 1986, the Nintendo Entertainment System got its own Hong Kong version release, courtesy of distributor Simon & Toys, in addition to getting its own Hong Kong version games. For those of you who know your regional encodings, this actually runs in PAL instead of NTSC.
So yeah, NES in Hong Kong runs in PAL, and it was kind of interesting because I did own like a NES, Hong Kong NES at one point, so I could testify that it's PAL version. But then another interesting thing is that I later got an Asian version of Super Mario Bros., not the Hong Kong version, the Asian version. And said Asian version runs an NTSC. Like, it's super confusing, right? I have... And there was the Famicom. I'm still not sure what that thing runs at. I don't know if that's like toggleable or something.
Because that's what Hong Kong used back then under the rule of the British Empire. Around the time I was born though, most TV sets could accept both NTSC and PAL signals. So my first consoles were NTSC imports that played just fine.
Yeah, my first console was a PlayStation Sumi. Well, actually, theoretically, my quote-unquote first well, actually, it was a PlayStation, but then my other console that I got when I was a child was like Genesis Mega Drive, or as the call it. Yeah, it was like a plug-and-play 10 games in one. I made a video about it, old video, so you can find that one.
I actually had one.
So Sonic is one of my first Sonic 1 was one of the first platformers I played. I know, sacrilege. Also, that PlayStation was modded. It could play burnt discs. I don't know how old the mod was because some of the newer games I tried, like, they would detect the mod chip. So I'm not sure how old it is. So like, that's why I don't collect for the PS1. I still only have my old games. Because I have no idea what runs in it and what doesn't. So, kind of weird. Maybe I should take it apart sometime. It's been a while.
One of these briefly before I sold it for a regular US one. And from here you can see some external differences, like the Hong Kong version text on the cartridge flap, and the black bar on the side being grey instead. Nowadays, this version is definitely a little less common to come by, but actually so is the Hong Kong version of...
Nice jingle. Keep guessing.
Yep, that's right, Hong Kong got an official release of the NES and the Famicom, which is also from Simon & Toys. It's a bit weird to wrap my head around, but it's true. There's even a commercial for it where it's referred to as the second generation, presumably in reference to the original NES release.
任天堂豪白機第
I
二
have no
代。
idea if that's actually true. It might be like it's referring to. It says it's the second generation of the Famicom. It kind of implies that. But you know, before this, it was the NES. So it was actually a revelation to me to know that both of these were being sold.
Even the Famicom Disk System saw a Hong Kong release, but as far as I know, the games released for it were basically identical to Japanese imports. No special versions in sight like with the NES.
This is false. So apparently there were Hong Kong Famicom games. I have never seen one in person. There's pictures of it. I have never found one. I have no idea. Like, I have no idea how rare those are. But yeah, there are both Hong Kong NES and Hong Kong Famicom games. I have seen Hong Kong NES games, but not Hong Kong Famicom ones. I do kind of want to get like a Hong Kong Famicom though. I think that would be interesting to figure out. Like, just because I still have no idea if it runs NTSC or PAL, actually. I think it's like a toggleable thing.
Another major difference between this and the NES is that the Famicom contains NTSC components like its Japanese counterpart, but outputs in PAL thanks to some conversion doohickery. And it also has a special slow and normal switch on the back that actually toggles between the 50 and 60 Hz output.
I'm still not 100% sure if this is true. I think I fact-checked with multiple sources, but it still feels so surreal to me, because like there's some sort of like Hong Kong exclusive feature for the Famicom that I've never heard about. I still want to get one down the line just to try it out.
So this was the day I learned that PAL 60 Hz was a thing. This whole thing about encoding
PAL 60 Hz. What?
Standards is such a mess that we should probably just move on. There's something almost as complex that we'll talk about later. Still though, even with an official Hong Kong release with a unique function, the vanilla Japanese Famicom is still by far the most common one to find nowadays.
Yeah, this one's easy. I couldn't think of any other.
The Hong Kong release of the Super Famicom or Super NES was handled by a company called Mani, whatever.
Okay,
Which
so Simon and Toys and Mani are the same company. I did not realize that, but they changed their name, and basically the same distributor has been in charge of distributing Nintendo things.
jumping ahead a little, also took over distribution for later versions of the Hong Kong Famicom and
Yeah, they just changed their name.
Game Boy, as well as the N64. And would you believe it, there were once again 2 different versions released.
God, the Famicom and Super Famicom are like the most confusing things.
It's like Pokemon, but way more complex and even more unnecessary. The first is the Super Famicom, which is basically similar to a standard Japanese system that plays Japanese games. It even outputs an NTSC as well. The second is the SNES PAL version. Yes, for some reason there was a revised version of the system that actually outputs in PAL but plays the same game.
I love how it's like a selling point. Like, the system is PAL. Would you prefer that? I don't know.
And like the Hong Kong Famicom, it has a 50-60 Hz switch on the back for all your PAL gaming needs.
I'm not sure. Like, this looks like someone added... Huh. This is official, right? I don't have any of this system, so I have no idea. Like, my source for this photo is from some other guy, you can see the credit on Twitter, Benjamin. There's also a collector in Hong Kong that I got to know on Twitter. And apparently I've seen some of his stuff on sale before at but like he was kind enough to, he collects some of these Famicom hardware and Hong Kong SNES hardware. And he was kind enough to show me some photos of his stuff. Like, I'm not sure. This Switch might be official, but it kind of looks like someone modded it in after the fact, right? It's probably official though. I have no clue.
I guess. I feel like the NTSC versus PAL situation in Hong Kong is getting rather confusing around.
So yeah, you can look at the... I'm going to close the captions. You can look at the this, the regular Super Famicom one, the TV color system is NTSC-M. So it is NTSC. And then here, Super Nintendo Entertainment System PAL version, it says the TV color system is called as PAL. So it's kind of like, for some reason, because TVs in Hong Kong support both NTSC and PAL, they just kind of released two versions. But one of them is called the SNES, the other is called the Super Famicom. And I'm pretty sure there were games released for both of them. Well, we all know now that there are games released on the Super Famicom for Hong Kong. I think there were a few that released on PAL. I have no clue. Yeah, my brain is weird. My brain is confused. I'm pretty sure it would be confused. It would, yeah. Let me gather my thoughts. I'm sure it would be interesting to, have these two systems in hand, so I could take a look at both of them and actually, compare all the differences, see what games each of them runs. But I can't afford two of them at the moment. I couldn't even find them, I'm pretty sure. So, wowee.
Around this time, imagine being a clueless
Let me turn the captions back on.
parent and having no idea which version to buy. At the very least, both versions of the console played Japanese Super Famicom games, which were mostly imported.
So I mentioned that the PAL system can also play Famicom game. The PAL version can play NTSC games? Or does it mean that it outputs in PAL? The more I revisit the contents of this, I'm like, is that 100% accurate?
And very infamously, piracy became a rampant issue, with third-party floppy disk copiers popping up all over. However, there does appear to be evidence of official releases in Hong Kong, as shown by this copy of Yoshi's Island, documented by Scanline16.com. It is apparently the only known Hong Kong release of an SNES game at the moment, and I certainly have never found any more in person myself.
Yeah, cool. Yes, nice. We did it. We found it. We get some applause. Whoa. No, legitimately, it's a cool find.
I find the contrast between the American box design and the Japanese Super Famicom logo very fascinating. I don't know if more of these will ever pop up soon, but I really hope they do. It feels like a lost piece of Nintendo history.
Funny.
Well, we're finally out of the confusing landscape of NTSC and PAL, since the Game Boy is a portable system and region-free. Both the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color got an official Hong Kong release, which is essentially identical.
So in here you can actually see. Well, you can't translate this, but this is like one of the unofficial translations. I say unofficial because this is supposed to be the Chinese name of Pokemon, right? And this is kind of like what the anime was called in Chinese. But then the Pokemon Company recently decided that, oh no, we're gonna change the entire we're gonna give an official Chinese name to the entire series, and then it's definitely not what people are used to. So people started complaining. You get the deal.
Identical to all the other versions, and I even have a few examples of Chinese game releases. You can see that Kirby's Dream Land here has the US cartridge art but contains the Japanese game inside. So there's little differences like that.
I wonder how rare these games are. I found these at a flea market. At pretty good condition. Like, flea markets are basically a treasure hunt, because 90% of Game Boy games sold at flea markets are bootlegs. And very dirty. And you gotta have to scour it to find some. I don't think you can find these official games anymore through these piles. So
there are even officially licensed multi-carts by man.
Oh yeah, also, like, I'm going back.
And I even
so this version of Tetris, you notice the code on the left says CHN. And now I'm believing that these are actually Chinese releases instead of Hong Kong releases. Because recently, I came across a Tetris Game Boy cartridge that actually says HKG on it instead, and it was for Hong Kong. So there was a Hong Kong Tetris release, there was a Chinese Tetris release, and those are two different things. Both are still Tetris. But new revelation for me recently.
4 games in one. But
these are also rare, I think, right? Like, I'm not sure. Mine is super yellowed, so. But yellowing aside, I think these are decently rare to come by.
But that's about it. Well, what's next? No!
I made a joke. Yeah, it's a joke here, but I'm pretty sure the Virtual Boy definitely never saw a release in Hong Kong.
The Hong Kong N64 is a lot more straightforward in terms of which region it's based on. I actually have one myself, and it's basically identical to the Japanese version, right down to it outputting in NTSC.
I still have it, by the way. So, wait, do I still have it? Wait, no, I don't have it anymore. I sold it. And now I have a Japanese and an American one. But I have modded both of them so they can take any cartridges. So, wow.
It has its own power supply though, which is nice since the Japanese one would blow up if I plugged that into my outlets. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, I blew up a Japanese adapter. I did get it fixed though. A relative of mine offered to fix it, and I resold it afterwards. This day I learned to never plug in anything that says 120 volts into my outlet.
So essentially, this can play all your favorite Japanese N64 games, but there were also Hong Kong game releases, which are actually based on the English releases of the games.
So, Hong Kong N64 games, they're an interesting breed. Like, I'm pretty sure these are in fairly high demand here, even here, actually, because, these play in English. And the majority of N64 games being resold in Hong Kong are Japanese. But these have, like, the indents on the cartridges. They're supposed to fit on a Japanese system instead of American one, but they play in English, which is cool. And, like, honestly, I think these are actually pretty sought after. But I found both of these cartridges, like, for super cheap for some reason. It was like $100 for 2 of them. $100 is like $12 US for Diddy Kong Racing and Pilot Wings. I'd say that's a pretty good deal.
So these cards can play on a stock Japanese N64, but not an American one since the cartridge shapes don't match. Pretty interesting. Now this is actually a bit odd. I cannot find any evidence of the GameCube having an official Hong Kong release so far. I mean, Japanese imports are plenty, but from what I can tell, there wasn't any Hong Kong distributor around for the GameCube.
I'm not sure if this got debunked later on. I'm pretty sure it hasn't. But I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong, and there was actually a Hong Kong release of the GameCube. I just couldn't find it. But I'm pretty sure all of the evidence on the internet currently points to it not existing.
Maybe the ban on foreign video game consoles in mainland China that started around the same time did affect Hong Kong distribution in some way. But that's a bit of a stretch since you also have the case of the GBA, which actually did release in Hong Kong under Manny.
So originally I did write down in my original script that, the GameCube and GBA never saw a Hong Kong release. But apparently the Game Boy Advance did release in Hong Kong. So that's kind of funny. And I edited my script real quick.
For both the original and SP models. Like the Game Boy though, it mostly relied on import games, which is kind of a cheap way out when compared to the IQ GBA in mainland China.
So it's kind of weird, the IQ GBA got Chinese Game Boy Advance games, like the ones you see on screen right now, but Hong Kong didn't have any. So I'm not sure. Maybe there are Hong Kong Game Boy Advance games. It just didn't look hard enough. But no, I couldn't find any evidence of them. But I keep pressing space, and then it types a space on Discord because I wasn't actively pressing whatever.
Where the game releases have been translated to Chinese. There were even games that were translated but went unreleased, which have been thankfully preserved as they're an important piece of Chinese Nintendo history.
Yeah, shoutouts to Forest of Illusion. Wait, were they the ones who did the preservation of the IQ games? I think they were. Anyway, it's cool that these got preserved, which is nice. We don't get like localization prototypes every day.
However, it would still take a little longer for Hong Kong to actually get Nintendo games in Chinese. An official Hong Kong subsidiary for Nintendo was established on April 7, 2005, to be responsible for the sales and distribution of future Nintendo products in Hong Kong, including the Nintendo DS. You can actually still find the page for the DS buried within the Nintendo Hong Kong website.
Take that, Nintendo of America.
It appears the DS Lite was the only variant officially distributed, which made sense seeing at that point it was probably the one model everyone wanted.
And that might not be true. Yeah, I have to correct like so many dang errors in this freaking video. You can tell I kind of like rushed the production a little bit because April Fools, but that might not be true. So okay. So Nintendo of Hong Kong was formed in 2005. So it makes sense that, you know, when they were formed, they would take over distributing the DS Lite. So in a way, you know, the DS that Nintendo Hong Kong distributed was the DS Lite. But there may be evidence that Mani or some other company also distributed the original DS, the DS Fat. I'm not sure if I could like. Okay, so I only recently looked at the bottom of the DS Fat that I currently own, and on the bottom of the label on the bottom, it says NTR HKG, and that is the Hong Kong code. And that is like, and there are some other photos online of some people having DS units that have that product code. But that so far is the only evidence I have had of the DS having a Hong Kong release. I'm not sure who distributed it, but you know, I own one for somehow. I didn't realize until now. Also, fun fact, both of my GBA SPs are Australian. It says AUS on the bottom. I don't know why, it just happened that way. But yeah. Well, technically, Nintendo of Hong Kong's first distributed DS was the DS Lite, so.
Nintendo Hong Kong website. It appears the DS Lite was the only variant officially distributed.
Officially distributed by them. That would still make it technically correct. Ha!
Which made sense, seeing at that point it was probably the one.
DS Lite was still definitely the most popular model in Hong Kong, though. I don't think I recall anybody having the original model. Like, everywhere I went, it was people having the DS Lites and tons of R4 flashcards, but we'll get to that.
Model everyone wanted. And there are a whopping 7 games in this software lineup. I feel like they're basically counting on people buying Japanese imports. In fact, they are once again the most common type of DS software sold in stores back in the day. That and flashcards. Lots and lots of flashcards. Hong Kong has no shame when it comes to piracy.
It's true. So, about R4 cards in Hong Kong. You could go to a game store in Hong Kong. You buy a brand new DS, and the store owner would, you know, set you up with do you take part in it? Yes. Well, yeah. Okay. So I got a DS Lite as part of as a birthday gift from a relative, actually. And it came with an R4 card. I did not have the ability to afford and then when I got my 3DS, I got another R4 flash card, which since then no longer works because system updates. But like, back in the day, young kid, you go to the game store, you buy a DS, and the store owner would just, you know, hey, you want to buy an R4 card as well? It just fits in. R4 cards are super common. You can just buy one at a store in Hong Kong. I'm not sure if that's the I don't know if that's the case in America. Like, I'm guessing you can't walk into a GameStop and buy a flash card, right? That's not how it works. They have partnerships with Nintendo and stuff like that, and the console makers to not sell stuff like that. Not in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a free for all. You can get import games. You can break street dates. You can buy flashcards if you want. Heck, if you go like Hong Kong stores right now in the year 2021, they still sell brand new Wiis. And if you buy a Wii, they can offer to mod it to you for free with a USB loader pre-installed with games on it. You can buy a brand new Wii in Hong Kong and have it preloaded with USB installed games. Great deal. I don't know how much they cost, actually. Probably like a few $100s in Hong Kong. But yeah. There's like demo. I remember there being like, there's demo displays of Wii games, and there's plenty of Wii game displays with just homebrew channels, and there's they have a demo loop running of a new Super Mario Bros. Wii hack. It's just kind of funny. I don't think they do that anymore. But yeah, you can still buy new Hong Kong Wiis, I'm pretty sure. There's still Wii demo displays in Hong Kong. And yeah, this line.
Seriously, I recall my parents back then purchasing burnt DVDs of Wii games from actual game stores.
Yeah. This was apparently a thing. I am too young to remember most of it. So technically, I spent money. My parents, more accurately, not me. My parents spent money on these videos. I'm pretty sure, like back then, how it worked was like, oh, you could buy the official games for the regular price, but for a discount, quote unquote discount, you could buy these burned games if your Wii had a mod chip or something. Yeah, my old Wii had a mod chip inside that allowed. I had no idea what mod chip it was, actually, because my parents modded it for me. Like back then, as a child, I was like, it was 2008. How old was I? I was like 8 or 9 years old. I was 8 or 9 years old. I have no knowledge of how to hack a Wii. My parents did that for me, and of course now they no longer remember that at all. But back then, my old family Wii must mod it with a mod chip, and then I got like there was only like there were 3 times that we bought official games. One was Monster Hunter G. I don't know why we bought Monster Hunter G. I think my brother was a Monster Hunter fan at that time, but we didn't actually end up playing a lot of it. Second was Wii Fit, because you needed the balance board to play Wii Fit. That's why we bought the official copy. And third was Super Mario All-Stars Limited Edition, the Japanese version, because I was hyped for that game. Don't ask. I knew it was. I think I knew it was All-Stars. I think I knew it was All-Stars on the ROM file on a CD. I still got hyped for it anyway, because it was my first time celebrating a Mario anniversary, and I was like, yo, it's the 25th anniversary, let's go! If it was 5 years ago and I knew about that, I probably would be screaming for, like, if I had a Game Boy, it was 5 years ago, I would probably get, like, the GBA version of Mario 1, get, like, a Game Boy Micro. I was for some reason very excited about the 25th anniversary, even though technically it was really nothing. I still have these discs, and by the way, like I keep them for like as memory's sake. I can't run them obviously now, but it was cool while it lasted. Also, I'm pretty sure it was illegal, so stores stopped doing that.
This was my early Wii collection. Thank goodness no stores are actually doing that anymore. I'm pretty sure that was illegal on like so many levels.
This is my childhood copy of Super Mario Galaxy 2. Bought it when it launched. It was a burned copy. So if you guys are wondering, like, why am I spending so much money trying to find, a copy of Mario Galaxy 2 Rhythm Heaven Fever. I'm rebuying all these DS games. It's partly because I feel bad for paying to pirate games at a young age. Granted, I didn't know any better, but I'm trying to make up for it. Like, went out, bought copies of Wii Play, Wii Sports, Wii Fit. Bought copies of Mario Galaxy 1, 2, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Yeah, that's why I'm collecting DS Wii games to this day. Just to make up for this collection. Good job, me.
Speaking of the Wii, Japanese and US imports aside, the Wii officially released in Hong Kong in July of 2011. Kinda late to the party there. This would also be the first time Nintendo games received actual Chinese translations for their Hong Kong releases.
Oh, that's actually a milestone, isn't it? Like, first Chinese translations for a Nintendo game. Non-IQ.
Albeit just a handful, such as Wii Sports, Mario Party 9, and Super Mario Galaxy 2. One thing to note is that while the games played in Chinese, the region was still Japanese, so they could be played on Japanese import systems if you wish. Evidently, Nintendo had some help from the team at iQue for localization, which had been translating Nintendo games mostly since the N64 era. They were actually planning on releasing their version of the Wii in China and even had some game translations ready, but plans for the system fell through, so Nintendo most likely repurposed iQue's translation work for their Hong Kong releases.
iQue Wii plan, but never happened. Did like the files for it actually leak? I forgot. Like, I know, like, this is like an unused. This is an unused health and safety screen found in the Wii system files that like hinted at an iQue version of the Wii. But I'm not sure if anything related to that was actually found in the GigaLeaks. They might have been. I'm not sure. But yeah, kind of cool tidbit. I believe there was like a. God, what was it? There was some like memorabilia related to the iQue Wii that like released near its release, but the release never happened. So now there's just a bunch of like iQue Wii merchandise floating around without an actual iQue Wii. It's kind of funny.
Their help would also prove useful for
here we go. Pain.
For their next system release. Are you ready for this? You might want to bust out a notebook for this. The 3DS had a weird release history in Hong Kong to say the least, both for the system and the games. It was one of the first Nintendo handhelds to implement region lock after the DSi, which wasn't officially released in Hong Kong. And unlike the Wii, Nintendo designated a specific region for the 3DS, encompassing Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau that could run its games in Chinese. So simple enough, right? Oh, you're so wrong. So both the original 3DS and the 3DS XL released in...
The 3DS colors look really nice. I think these got released in Japan later down the line, but that's Bob on Buddy Pink right there. That was good. Got a hold of one of those if you didn't see. Got them for a mutual, but these were not Hong Kong only. I think they were released in Japan later down the line. But Magenta 3DS, like perfect. Mwah. Amazing.
In Hong Kong in 2012, alongside a host of games like Super Mario 3D Land and New Super Mario Bros. 2 fully translated in Chinese. You can identify hardware and software released for Hong Kong by looking for the CT symbol on the packaging, and you'll be able to access Hong Kong releases in Chinese. Good time to be a Chinese Nintendo fan, right? Well, the localization of games
Okay, so like around the time, like 2012-ish, Nintendo of Hong Kong started like sending out like these, started like displaying these brochures that you can get for their games. And at that time, I started collecting them, and I have not stopped since. I don't know why. It kind of wanted to keep them for like posterity's sake. But like they started in 2012. and then I just collected all of their advertising material all the way to the Switch. I still collect them, so that's cool. I hope those like might come in useful later sometime down the line, maybe in the future.
On for a good while, with Chinese releases for games like Paper Mario Sticker Star, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, and even some eShop exclusives like Push Mode.
I'm pretty sure like Push Mode is the only eShop game that was like ever localized in Chinese. I'm not sure if there was any other game. Like there's Push Mode, that's it. Even below, you can see like there's Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, but like down there that says English, which means that they only released the original. So it says download only. So back then they were already like they released DKC Returns 3D on the eShop, but it's the original English version. They did not localize it, which is kind of like a bad omen, I guess, in a way.
And then it stopped. From 2015 onwards, new retail Hong Kong releases were almost non-existent in stores compared to imports. Nintendo actually did put up new 3DS games on the Hong Kong eShop, like A Link Between.
I love how like in the middle of this, there's like 2 random DSiWare games, Bird and Beans and Paper Airplane, that they released there. For some reason, they're Japanese, obviously, they're not translated.
Worlds, the Kirby games, and so on, but they weren't playable in Chinese. Some of the games were released in Japanese, others in English. Not even the electronic manuals were translated to Chinese.
So yeah, they kind of like put a disclaimer on their products, like, this product is in Japanese. We did not translate this at all. If you buy this, like, that's on you, okay? If you buy this expecting Chinese, that's on you. You can't read. I don't know why, like, they even chose to release some games in Japanese. Like, if you're not gonna localize your games, at the very least put them in English, right? You know, English is pretty common in Hong Kong. You know, they went under British rule once. Everyone knows English a little bit, at least. Why would you put English versions of your games on there instead of Japanese? I have no idea, but there you go.
The previously localized games also never got a digital release, meaning that once they were all out of print, all you'd be getting for buying a Hong Kong.
I have no idea if like are the Chinese versions of those games rare? Like they were specific to the Chinese region. Are they sought after? They were never released digitally.
3DS was a cherry-picked selection of games you could have just imported for cheap, not even in Chinese, exclusively on the digital store. All in all, there were less than 30 titles released physically on the Hong Kong system, with only half of those games actually localized. By this point, it was obvious you'd be getting more bang for your buck if you just imported a Japanese or American 3DS to access the full library.
Just so the new 3DS family, like the small and the XL, never released in Hong Kong, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, they kind of just gave up, apparently. So they just got imports now. Also, English imports of the new 3DS are super hard to find. Even back when it launched, like, you can find so many like new 3DS XLs in Japanese ones in Hong Kong, but not the American ones for some reason. Took me quite a while to find one, actually.
Support from Nintendo of Hong Kong, or at least anything that seemed like an actual effort at marketing, continued to drop.
So you can see like these are some of the events that they did. Like the target audience was literally little kids. I think these are like Pokemon events or something. You see that Mario Party 9 back there. It's some of the souvenirs that they gave out. And there's one of the brochures they can take. Yeah, it's a Pokemon. It's like teaching kids how to play Pokemon. I have no idea. Or is it like a battle? Anyway, Pokemon was big. It doesn't matter. Like, it didn't matter if it was X and Y. X and Y might not be the most popular gen, but you know, it was on the 3DS, and 3DS was big.
Local Street Pass events started getting sparse. And then they released another 3DS. This is a self-proclaimed
This funny.
Starter Edition 3DS, which actually has all its wireless features disabled like the Wii Mini. What's more interesting is the JP logo on the box instead of CT. This, for all intents and purposes, is a Japanese region 3DS. Nintendo was effectively just saying screw it and officially.
So, yeah. Starter Edition for 3DS. Apparently, I've heard there's some demand for it now. I have no idea if like. Actually, I was thinking I saw some of these boxed a long time ago, and honestly, I kind of regret not getting one of them because it's kind of like a unique version of the 3DS, right? That like has never been seen since. Like right now, the only other 3DS, there was only one other like listing for a starter edition 3DS that I could find, and that was like loose without the box. But it was white, and the seller said it couldn't connect to the internet, so I assume it was one. And that is the only starter edition 3DS that I can currently find that's on sale. And I don't know if I actually want to. I don't know if I actually want to get that actually, because I don't know if there's anyone in the homebrew community who has one of these or has attempted to, hack or back up one of these to see what kind of secrets it has. I just figured it would be kind of interesting because it's a Japanese region system, but it has internet disabled. I'm guessing you could theoretically re-enable it through hacks or something, but I don't know. I don't know if there's any research that has been actually done on this, but if there hasn't, then I would definitely love to get my hands on one of these just to, figure it out.
Actually importing a Japanese system over with missing features. And starting with Pokemon
I'm boring chat because it's been 49 minutes and we're still talking about the same video.
Sun and Moon, the first games in the series to be localized in Chinese, physical releases from Nintendo of Hong Kong would resume.
I am so sad. I am so sad. Guys, I am just so sad right now.
All the way to 2019, but only for Japanese region systems, with some of the games even having Chinese support. So essentially, Nintendo just abandoned the HK region they established, accepting the fact that the majority of people would just import their systems from Japan. Even one of their previously localized titles, Super Mario 3D Land, got a Chinese re-release in 2017 specifically for Japanese systems. What? So after this,
yeah, 2017 release of Super Mario 3D Land. I still have this. You can see on the bottom right, it has that red Nintendo branding that they do for like all their post-Switch 3DS releases. I'm keeping this. I don't know if this will become a rare thing. This might be, because it plays on Japanese systems, but it's in Chinese. Wow. I don't know. It's a cool little oddity. I just like it a lot.
Dumpster fire of a situation for their next home console, Nintendo of Hong Kong would thankfully. Of course, they're not gonna officially release the Wii U.
Whoa!
January of 2017 brought us good news. Any news about the Switch was good news at that time, but also that it will finally be the first Nintendo home console since, well, none of them, to be region-free right out of the box. Wherever your system comes from, it can play any game card from any region.
Well, except mainland China, because mainland China does their own thing. Mainland Chinese Nintendo Switches have a half region lock.
And even access the online eShop for other regions if you create a corresponding Nintendo account. There's of course official releases of the Switch and its games in Hong Kong, and while at launch things seemed to look bad with a lack of Chinese options, in late 2017 Chinese translations for games such as Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey were finally announced.
It's kind of cool, like, Aonuma got on screen and made a video specifically talking about the Chinese localization, which is actually kind of cool. I think he spoke like a little bit of Chinese in there too as well. So, it's kind of rad.
Which got the ball rolling. Even the system menu received an overdue Chinese setting after like 7 system updates. And since then, Nintendo of Hong Kong has had a much better track record with localization this time, as almost every major first-party release on the Switch has Chinese support. Even text-heavy games like Animal Crossing and Xenoblade.
Yeah. So, Nintendo of Hong Kong is on fire right now. In a good way. Because, like, somehow they've just been, like, doing all these localization things. Like, they've been having a really good track record. there have only been like several notable Switch games that do not have a Chinese language option. One is Captain Toad. I don't know why. I don't know why Captain Toad does not have a Chinese option. There you go. Second is Splatoon 2. Splatoon 2 did not have a Chinese region. Although Splatoon 3 will finally be like the first time the series gets localized, which is great. Is there any other Switch game that does not have Chinese? Does ARMS have Chinese? I think ARMS does, actually. Can't think of any at the moment. Uh-oh. Yeah, no. I think like majority of them also all have Chinese support. There was just like some weird cases when like weird cases like Famicom Detective Club. So Famicom Detective Club got a physical release only in Japan, but said physical release only supports Japanese and Chinese. And then all the other language options are in the American version, but only available digitally. It's kind of dumb. I don't know why, but yeah.
And thanks to the Switch's region-free nature, you can choose to buy import games instead and still be able to access a Chinese language option with a software setting. One fun fact is that although the official Chinese releases come in, Chinese packaging, the game cards inside are usually from a different region, as seen with my Chinese copies of Luigi's Mansion 3 and Ring Fit Adventure being from Europe and Japan respectively.
So, yeah, this is kind of weird. The Chinese releases of the games have like different region cartridges. Now there are Chinese cartridges. Like if I take a look at my Switch collection right now, I'm gonna hopefully I don't drop the mic while doing that, but I can open it up right now. I have no like video feed of it, but like I can see what kinds of Switch cartridges I have that have like CHT at the end, which shows that they're a Chinese option. Wait, is there only one? Hold up. Let me take a look again. Whoa, I did dig out my Switch cartridges right now. Because even Ring Fit Adventure says Japan on it. Wow, okay, that is funny. So, I have only ever had 2 Switch games that had a cartridge that's like in Chinese. One is the Chinese release of Animal Crossing New Horizons. That one has a Chinese cartridge with CHT on the label. The other is Game Builder Garage, which I just recently got, and the cartridge is in Chinese. So that's interesting.
I guess after all this time, Nintendo still has to resort to imports. But after more than 30 years, they are finally able to officially release their game.
Oh, that is interesting. Do you prefer playing games in English or Chinese? English. 99% of the time. I remember like I don't know why. Because the thing with the Chinese localization is like, I mean, I'm not mad that they exist. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, it feels weird, right? Like, look at this. Actually, this Mario Odyssey video is a great example. So the worst thing I can think of about the Chinese translations is that they literally translate the Japanese names without like they translate them literally. So this line right here is supposed to be like, Tostarena. Tostarena is the town in the Sand Kingdom in Mario Odyssey. This Chinese name is like, it means nothing. It's noise. It's Chinese characters strung together to sound like the Japanese name. So like, another example, right? Toad. Toad's Japanese name is Kinopio. And I believe that name means something in Japanese, right? I forgot. Let me check. Oh no, not now. I want to check. I need to fact check this. What does Toad's Japanese name mean? I need to get to the Mario Wiki stat. I'm looking it up. If the Mario Wiki will load from... Okay, there we go. Kinopio. So Kinopio is a combination of kinoko, which means mushroom in Japanese, and apparently it's also a pun on Pinocchio, the wood puppet. Like, okay, I don't know why, but apparently that's it. So that's Kinopio, right? That's the Japanese name. So in Japanese that makes sense. And then in Chinese, the name spoken in Chinese is called Keilok Beyo. So that sounds very close to Kinopio, right? In Mandarin, in Putonghua, it's called like Qino Biao, something like that. I have no idea. The point of it is that it sounds like the Japanese name, but it means nothing in Chinese. They couldn't call it like the Chinese name for mushroom, right? It's not even the Chinese name for mushroom. I don't know why it's actually called. I don't know why he's actually called Toad in English, by the way, because he bears no resemblance to frogs. I don't know why they called him Toad, but yeah. The point is, like, in Japanese, a lot of the names don't make sense. Oh, Toadstool, right? Okay, yeah. But yeah, the point of Japanese names is that a lot of them are transliterations of Japanese names, and the Chinese localizations usually make no sense that way. It's harder to remember names when you have no idea what they stand for, right? Like, at least in English, I can understand the pun. And there are occasions where the Chinese translation actually translates the names, and in that case, sometimes it works. There's a really good example I can find, which is like, Peepa. Peepa is like the one ghost enemy in 3D Land with like the tiny ghost like moves around with hands and it's got teeth. That guy in Chinese literally translates to ghost that is not scared. This is kind of funny. But yeah.
Games in Hong Kong with Chinese support.
But like, having Chinese support is not bad because, some people just want to play their games in Chinese and, that's great. I love this, for once, like, there's decent Chinese support for Nintendo games here. It's not, personally, not my favorite. I just prefer playing it in English.
At a regular pace. Not in mainland China though, they're stuck with the Tencent Switch console that actually has region-locked online and only has like free games to buy at the moment.
Okay, yeah. So famously, the Switch console in mainland China has region lock. What it means by that, let me see if I can search that up. Whoop. Okay, so what it basically means is that the physical releases of Chinese games cannot be played on other systems. So if you import like Mario Odyssey from China, expecting to play it on your American Switch, you can't do that. But if you buy an English physical version of a game, you can play it on mainland Chinese Switch. The only problem is you cannot play it online. It can only connect to the Chinese servers. There is no international play in China for obvious reasons. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Of course, there's also way more games released by now, and also every game has to pass the government, which is kind of why Animal Crossing was never released in China. I'm not gonna get too political here, but Ring Fit Adventure is in China though. I saw like a local listing in Hong Kong. Oh yeah. So here's a funny thing. You can buy Ring Fit Adventure in China as a download code. And Ring Fit Adventure has never been released digitally. So China is the only region in the world where you can buy Ring Fit digitally. The more you know. Yeah.
Poor souls. The moral of the story? Just, let people play imports.
Good. Hong Kong is a great place filled with fun imports. We have spent an hour on this. Alright, yeah. Honestly, I think that's a good... that might be a good place to end things. Wow. That was a lot to absorb. I did add like yeah, I added some info here. Yeah, these are Famicom Hong Kong cartridges. Apparently they exist. I have never seen them in person. Ever. I don't even know if these are legit. These look like bootlegs. But apparently they're real. There's more of these actually, so zigzag. What do you mean zigzag? Oh. I don't know, Famicom. I like this aesthetic though. Like early Famicom cards all had the same I don't know. It's weird, but it's iconic, so. But yeah. Should I check the analytics to see the audience retention rate? Maybe I can. I don't know if I'm gonna show any sensitive information, so I'm just gonna quit the stream temporarily. So I just want to check it myself. Let me see. I'm looking at it. Okay. Here's the audience retention rate.由佢哋個紅白機開始講起啊。Just drop. After I'm done, there's only 70% of the audience left. Good job. Hey, this is a nice flat. This is a nice flat. It didn't spike down. It increased here for some reason. What happened in? Oh,
that contained 4 games in one, but that's about it.
Okay. How does it increase? Wait. How does audience retention rate increase? Isn't that like showing how many people on average drop a video? Hey, that's weird. I forgot how this works. Continuous segment. Spike here. Intro drops. See more. Can I see more? Relative audience retention? I have no idea how to do like. But anyway, yeah. That is Nintendo in Hong Kong. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I might have rushed it a little bit. I did have to correct it a little bit, but they weren't severe errors. They were just basically things that I missed that I didn't talk about. I mean, obviously, I didn't have that much experience with. Nintendo in Hong Kong, so like I had to basically reverse. Like I basically had to like do it from scratch, research about it from scratch. Because all I've ever known were like American releases. Even now, I only collect. I mostly only collect like American games. I do wonder if there are more things I can talk about regarding like Hong Kong game releases. Like, this basically kind of like fulfilled my wish of basically talking about the 3DS situation in Hong Kong, because not many people knew about it before. But like now, I'm not sure. I mean, I could always keep boasting about how in Hong Kong you can get games early for cheaper prices, but other than that, I'm not too sure on what else to talk about next regarding Nintendo in Hong Kong. Maybe if there's some like cool development. This is a very weird, like, this took like the longest time to make. Okay, so I teased it at the end of the HyperShot video, which, wait, was it? What's the HyperShot? No, I teased it at the end of the PDI check video. So, if you didn't miss, yeah, so,
Maybe I should take a look at another interesting application of 3D in gaming. I'm totally not foreshadowing my next core video that I've been working on for the past 2 months.
So this was August. And then by the time the video came out, it was June. You may be wondering what happened there. I can share with you the tale of my my tale of woe. Actually, so basically, I got the Famicom 3D system like for the first time. Actually, I think I posted on Twitter. Do I have a tweet? I don't think I can find it. It's 10:30 now. I should get going. Anyway, it's somewhere around 2018. So I grabbed like late 2018, I believe that was when I first grabbed it. And then you might have noticed, what you might not have recalled, but like, anyway, let's start the video. I'll get to it when we get to it. But here we go. This is Famicom 3D system, my longest video yet. Oh yeah, there is a version of this video with like, I did not notice how much flickering there would be until I like made like a preview video or something. I posted the preview publicly, and then some people might complain that, like, you know, because the 3D stuff was like flashing rapidly. So, you know, I made an alternate version, which is nice. Best in store is 60. I didn't click. No, I didn't mean. No, I didn't
impressive
mean,
for the 80s, and active
Spoilers.
shutter technology would still be used.
Go back. Spoilers. Okay. 720p. Let's make a 1080p. I think if I press full screen, you guys can't see it, right? Nope, it's showing this for some reason. I don't know why it shows that. Thanks, Safari. We did have borders. It's fine. Epic.
Maybe I should take a look at another interesting application of 3D in gaming. I'm totally not foreshadowing my next core video that I've been working on for the past 2 months.
I didn't really like specify what caused the delay, but like I'll get to it.
2, 3, 4.
Okay, and for the new people here, if you have any questions at any time, feel free to just type them in the chat. Like, no matter, I'll just get to them. Oh, this was a dumb bit. Also, you can tell that you can tell that in this footage I'm recording, I'm playing Animal Crossing during cherry blossom season, which is April, just 2 months before the video came out, which is kind of funny. Also, this is the era when I had like 2 disc systems on my. Don't question it. This was the era of the.
What's up, dude?
Okay. What can I say about Rat AK that has not been so like? It was like part of the script from the very beginning. That's basically it. It was dumb, but like I had planned out from the start because why not do something with all these tools?
And who the heck are you?
I'm you from a future where technology has progressed like how the 80s predicted.
Huh. So you guys have like, what, flying cars and hoverboards?
Yeah, there's stuff like that.
Yo, what? That's super cool. Have you tried any of them? What does it feel like?
Oh, you need a license to operate both of those things. I don't have any experience.
Oh.
I got this super sick robotic AI companion though.
That's just Rob.
Funny.
Anyway, I'm here to give you a really rad video idea. You should totally take a look at Nintendo's first foray into the miracle of...
Actually, someone listed this on my TV tropes page that exists for some reason. Like, apparently... apparently this is a trope. Someone from an alternate timeline comes to... I think that's like what the gist is, and then someone listed it. I don't know, I just noticed it the other day.
3D gaming.
What, the Virtual Boy? I covered that in 2018. What do you mean?
Nah, it's this totally tubular thing I'm wearing on my head. Tell you what, since we're friends and all that,
We just met.
I'm gonna give you one to take a look at, free of charge. Terms and conditions may apply. Stay cool, dude.
There it goes. This is the Famicom 3D system. I suppose the majority of you have only heard this once or never, considering it was only released in Japan and was a massive flop. But it was indeed Nintendo's first attempt at games long before the Virtual Boy became another massive flop. You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, you try again. The 3D system... Yeah, so Nintendo has a fascinating relationship with 3D is the thing. Isn't really too complicated to set up at all, even though the diagram on the side of the box makes it look like a tutorial for Nintendo Switch voice chat. Funny. Inside the box you have the manual, an adapter that plugs into the system, and the glasses themselves. Or is it a visor? A headset? I'll go with headset. The adapter connects to the Famicom through the expansion port on the front, and you connect the headset to it using a headphone jack. This is just begging to have speakers plugged into it. I need to give it a try later. So you might have noticed that like this adapter thing, so you plug the headset to it through the headphone jack, like I said. But there are two headphone jacks on here. So I think this implies that you could have, like, two headsets plugged into it at one time, so you have two players. I have no idea if any of the games I looked at support two players. Does Rat Racer support two players? I think it did. Other than that, actually, yeah, Shaolin Ken also had two players, I believe. It's a fighting... Oh, Rat Racer is one player? Huh. I have no idea which of the games had two player support. I guess we'll see, but, This had two headphone jacks, so I'm assuming you can plug, like, two things in there. Putting on the headset is pretty straightforward. You can manually adjust the length of the strap, and then you can just fit it over your head. There's also plenty of space for glasses as well, so no need to worry about them. Now, while the... Thank God you can wear it with glasses. The Famicom 3D system, you can wear it with glasses. The Virtual Boy, you can use it with glasses. I'm so glad, like, the older, like, even I recently tried, like, mixed reality headset. I forgot what brand it was. I think it was an HP, it was like an HP VR headset. And it didn't fit me because I had glasses on. I could wear it without the glasses, but then, everything is a blurry mess. The only compromise I could get to was kind of like using it with my old pair of glasses, which are actually slightly smaller, which makes it just barely fit. But those are old glasses, so they're like small and then like squeeze against my face, and it's all uncomfortable and stuff. But hey, at least I can see the screen. Wow. But yeah. When you're making a VR headset, please give an option for the glasses crowd, because we don't want to wear contact lenses.
3DS uses a parallax barrier and the Virtual Boy just has 2 LED displays, the Famicom 3D system uses a pair of active shutters for its 3D effect, which means the TV screen will alternate between images for the left and right eye rapidly, which are filtered by the shutters so that each eye sees a different image, thus forming a 3-dimensional image in your brain. This also means that the 3D system would only—
Yes, it is this flicker I was talking about. Yeah, it looks better in person, but on a camera it doesn't really like
only work on a CRT screen, similar to accessories like the Zapper. And that's it for the setup. While playing a compatible game, whether it's on a cartridge or a disc, you can toggle the 3D mode on and off using Select, and the headset will respond accordingly. The quality of the 3D effect generally varies from game to game, which is why we're going to be taking a look at the games next. There are 7 known compatible games that supported the 3D system, and I have in my possession all of them. Yep, we are taking a look at the full library. This is kinda part of the reason why this video took more than half a year to make.
Yep. Okay. Should I share the story? Okay. So, if you go back on my Twitter page, you can see this tweet. This tweet is dated February of 2019. And I mentioned I had 6 of the games that supported the Famicom 3D system. So, what's the holdup? You might have noticed one game is missing. So, for some reason, I really wanted to have, all the games, physical games, like right here, like to show in the video. And like whatever that game is, it's like Foon Shaolin Ken. That's what it's called. There's no English name. Well, there was an English name. I just kind of forgot about it. But that game is not in that photo because at the time of that post, the Wikipedia page only lists 6 games. And it took some research to finally realize, wait, they missed one game, and that game is that. And for good reasons, they missed it for good reasons, but, And also, the copy of Falsion in that image that I took in 2019, that's a bootleg copy. That is not the real game. So I figured, hey, I should probably go get the real a legit copy of this game as well. And getting those 2 games is what cost this video like like how 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. More than half a year. Yeah, that getting those 2 games. So why is that? Like, I got all the cartridge games and 3D Rally, no problem. Like, those are actually easy to find. I kind of just like went to the retro store that I usually frequented, asked the owner if they had these games, and they just happened to have them, and it was like, that's cool. I just asked them like, have a look out for games with the 3D symbol on there, and they found them, which is nice. Good job. And I got them for reasonable prices as well. So but then the disc games, they did not have them, and if I were going to go on eBay, they were actually pretty pricey on eBay. Of course, there's also shipping, so you never know. So I went to a different store for the first time, which has like a sort of a service where you can request a specific game and they would like, I guess, ship it from Japan or something to you. So I tried it for the first time, and I about a few days after doing that, I almost immediately regretted it because I paid almost as much as if I would have just ordered these on eBay, and also they took forever to ship here. They just almost never did. I had to keep calling the store like, dude, are we we promised. I paid you guys. They ship it for me, and then in the middle of it, they actually wanted to pay more shipping fees in the middle of it. Like, I first paid the price up front, and then apparently I had to pay more to ship it over here. Almost felt like I was scammed. But it's kind of like, no, I don't want to delay it any further. Can I just get this over with? I just want the dang games. And then so finally I got these games, and Probably would have just ordered them on eBay in the first place. But I don't regret it. Maybe a little bit for like the game in the middle for like Shaolin Ken. Falchion is a good game, so I don't mind getting that, you know. I think that one's a bit harder to come by, but kind of let a little sour taste in my mouth, but you know. Got the video made. That's all that matters. I don't know why I have to. So, you know, got a first time with a full set of games. Good job.
Please share this video. First up, Attack Animal Gakuen, or Attack Animal Academy, developed by Pony Canyon. This is a shooter game that is definitely not inspired by Space Harrier at all. It involves a schoolgirl flying through an animal-infested sky to save her kidnapped friend. I mean, if a bunch of mad kangaroos, jetpack-wearing crocodiles, and Torterra held my friend hostage while I was visiting Japan and forced me to fly through the sky to save them, I'd understandably be mad too. Well, let's turn the 3D effect on.
Wait, hold on. Before we go on any further, I want to connect some speakers to this and see what happens.
Good job. Let's see. Amazing. This is good. Banger.
I don't know what I expected.
Of course, in 2D, you just see the image flicker back and forth. And this flickering can definitely lead to some ghosting issues when you look at it through the active shutters. But the 3D system does work at producing a feeling of depth as objects fly by your
The 3D system looks cool, by the way. Like, it just looks cool. Strap on your hat. You look like a badass with that on. Just saying.
Actually, spoiler alert, but we'll be seeing a lot of these games play from this sort of rear-view perspective where you're moving into the screen. Probably because that's the only way you can get cool 3D visuals with the Famicom's technology. There are definitely more interesting applications of 3D than this, but those can wait. Oh, they can wait. I think that putting a basic tile pattern on the floor to give the illusion of scrolling is a bit too basic though. I get the technical limitations and all, but the lack of smoothness on the scrolling and enemy movements just make it look a lot more jittery in 3D. The game's also pretty challenging. The enemies are fast and you can only shoot 2 bullets at a time. You also start with just 3 lives, which can only be replenished by reaching a certain score. I find that moving in a circle does help avoid most attacks, similar to Kid Icarus Uprising. On occasion, a bunch of statues will scroll across the floor. I thought they were enemies at first, but they're actually power-ups, allowing you to have more bullets on screen and increased movement speed.
I did not realize that for the longest time. I really thought those were just, you know, those were just enemies. I think like I had to look it up on Strategy Wiki to finally know what they do. So maybe I should have done that in the first place.
I'm not a big fan of the speed boost though. It just makes you easier to get hit from what I've seen.
I have never. Can you imagine? Can you believe I've never played Space Harrier? Well, actually, I've tried it, but you know, I've played like a few seconds of it. I have a Mega EverDrive. I could just fire it up. You don't know what the hold up is. I have a Mega EverDrive with a full set on it. Oops. Maybe I should go do that. I don't know. I don't actually play a lot of like, you know, shooters where you go into the screen, like on-rail shooters. Like I just barely like tried out Star Fox. Like, you know, it didn't get until you know, I've played Star Fox. I've played Star Fox 64. I never finished those games. Literally, the only one that I'm like legitimately liked was Kid Icarus Uprising, and you know, I don't know why that worked well for me. And I've heard games like Sin and Punishment are pretty similar, but I've never tried them. Whoop. Maybe I should. That sounds good. I don't know. Maybe I should try more games in this genre.
If things get a bit too fast for your taste though, you can apparently advance frame by frame by pressing select while the game is paused.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is like, I thought this was like a weird quirk in my copy. No, it's a thing. I don't think I've even seen this documented on like the cutting room floor. Is it even documented on the cutting room floor? I have no idea. Probably check it out, but I'm not sure it is. No, it oh wait, Attack Animal Gakuen. No. There's a memory view routine and there's a memory editor, but you have to use codes to access these, but you know, that's it. I don't know. Is this a debug function? I think it is. I'm not sure. Because this footage is on an emulator, and I can still do it. So
Weird. In general, though, it's a basic space
it's not a bug; it's a feature. That's what it is.
your clone with animals instead of aliens. But considering their designs, you could pretty much say that they're aliens. Oh god, it's a koala with a gun! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. These are completely normal animals. Skeleton with sunglasses is my favorite.
Good job. Look at that. I love this joke. Check out Skeleton with sunglasses. I'm really sad Skeleton with sunglasses did not catch on, dude. Like I love I love Skeleton with sunglasses. Said it was my favorite right there. Look at him. Look at him go.
Alright, let's move on to the next game. Next up, we have Cosmic Epsilon by Asmic, another rail shooter, this time sci-fi themed. While people have also compared it to Space Harrier, this makes a lot of considerable improvements over Attack Animal Academy. Since this game doesn't even have its own Wikipedia page, I'll just guess the game's plot from its intro.
Does this game still not have a Wikipedia page? No, there isn't. It's on the cutting room floor. It's not on Wikipedia. But it's Attack Animal Gakuen on Wikipedia. No, it's not. Oops. TCRF actually shows, like, yeah, it shows the... I don't know if I actually say... I did mention, like, I didn't mention the Konami code, but yeah, I think I also mentioned the stage... Did I mention the stage select? Let's see.
It's the year 20XX, a bunch of aliens are invading Earth, yada yada yada. You play as this mech guy who is going to destroy them. Right off the bat, this presentation is definitely a significant improvement over Animal Academy.
I wonder how many games from the NES era had the plot, like had the general plot of it's the future and aliens are invading Earth. I'm doing some like research for a certain game right now, and I've noticed it uses basically the exact same plot line. Which got me thinking. It's the future and there's aliens. City's destroyed. You're a robot. Go save the city. So many like. I feel like that's a trope, right?
First of all, there's actual unique patterns on the floor now. The scrolling is way smoother too, which makes the 3D effect look a lot better. Mech guy over here also has more weapons at his disposal. You fire from these two spheres like the Orbitars in Kid Icarus.
You can tell I compare everything. You can tell I compare everything to Kid Icarus because that's the only game I've like substantially played.
B button, and their attacks can even be charged for a stronger attack. You also have a limited supply of homing missiles. This doesn't mean the game is a walk in the park though. Luckily, if you're like me and don't have the time to deal with NES era difficulty, the developers were actually kind enough to include cheat codes in the game.
Oh yeah, I made the joke. Hold up.
If you press up A, right B, down A, left B, up, and select at the title screen, you get permanent invincibility.
You cheated not only the game, but yourself. You didn't grow, you didn't improve. You took a shortcut, you used a hollow, nothing was reset, and you don't know the difference.
Also, I just wanted to mention that if you put in the Konami code on the title screen, it just tells you, I am not Konami.
This is good. That was a good Easter egg. I liked it. Like back when like every game. I mean, was the Konami code a hit thing back then, or was it just like a
nice typo there? I get.
Like back in the 80s, the Konami code was a big thing back in the 80s, right? Like, are people like entering it into everything? Because I know, like, sort of in the early 2010s, when there was like gaming references, the Konami code was pretty large, and lots of websites use it as an Easter egg. Not so many now, but it's probably a big thing in the 80s. You put it into everything, so the developers like, let's just put in the Konami code Easter egg in here. Just tell you, like,
It's trying to distinguish itself from Cosmic Wars, which is a similarly named game from Konami.
I didn't say, like, Cosmic Wars is from Konami, but did it use the Konami code as the thing? More research. NES? Did it came out on NES? No. Came out on the Famicom. Oh, it's part of the Gradius series. Okay. Does it use the Konami code? This game has a Wikipedia page. We did it. Cosmic War. See the ending. I'll skip the animation. There are cheat codes, but no Konami code. I forgot where I got this tidbit from. It's not speculation on my part. I believe I saw this on the website. Like Cosmic Epsilon, Cosmic War sounds similar. So could have been.
Wait, this is definitely a great looking shooter for Famicom standards despite...
Remember when I streamed this on Patreon and I basically played through the entire game using the invincibility? Good times.
difficulty.
I think my stream is still up because I streamed it on YouTube, so the VOD is still up. You can check that out if you like.
Wide variety of pretty set pieces both on land and in space. And I love how the camera angle slightly tilts based on Mech Dude's position to enhance the feeling of depth. It is pretty long though. Even with the invincibility code, it took me nearly an hour to reach the end of the game.
I mean, nearly an hour for Famicom games, not bad actually, so.
Still though, it's one of the more noteworthy titles on the system. If you come across it, do check it out, but do keep in mind that this game was a Japan exclusive release. Next, we have our first Famicom Disk System game that uses the 3D system, Falchion. I guess this is now Konami. Right off the bat, you can choose to start the game in 3D mode as well, but you can still toggle it on and off during the game with select. Alright, let's hop in and fight some... Oh, alright, Disk System.
This is a better joke. This is a better joke than the Sonic 06 loading screen, you know? I like this. Famicom Disk System ASMR. Love it.
Alright, here we go. This is a pretty fast-paced space shooter where you control the...
So you notice that like on the top right corner there's P and M. So M stands for the number of missiles I have, and P stands for lives. I don't know if the P stands for the ship's name. I forgot if I mentioned that during the video, but those are your lives. You start with 2 lives. For some reason, the bootleg copy I had starts you off with 99 lives. I'm not sure like if that's just like a simple edit of the disk files, but you know, it was kind of like an interesting little. I dumped the game. I dumped that version of the game. I haven't actually checked it against the regular version to like see if there's any other differences, but oh, I didn't see that comment. But yeah, that was the bootleg version I had was the one that started with 99 lives. I don't know if there's like other versions of it, like if you can find a dump of it on the internet, or did I just get lucky? I don't know. Maybe it's common enough out there or something, a common hack. I dumped that anyway just to be sure, so.
Falchion ship, I'm guessing? As you mow down hordes of alien...
Is the ship called the I think it is. I mean, but why does it start? Why does the lives icon start with P though? Is the question. Like, go to Strategy Wiki. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they can give me some good questions. Still give them good answers. Yeah, the ship is called the Falchion. Also, that's what it's called, right? Like, it's not Falchion or something like that. It's called Falchion, right? Pretty sure that's what it's called.
Ships with...
Also, it's like this basically just the Windows Star screensaver.
And homing missiles, set to the vast darkness of the Milky Way. What differentiates this from Cosmic Epsilon are the variations in the enemy patterns. In that game, the enemies are just kinda slowly approaching while also shooting at you. But in Falchion, they just try to ram into you, like, whoa, slow down there, buddy. You got ships constantly moving in and out of the screen in different patterns trying to slam you out of existence, which actually makes for a really great 3D effect despite the simpler background. While the homing missiles can help you out a bit and they're replenished at a decent pace, trying to stockpile on them can be a pretty big risk, since once you lose a life, they're all gone. Once you get accustomed to the chaos though, you do pick up a neat little pace. For the first boss that constantly shoots at you, you just go around in circles and shoot at it for like a minute or two. There are other kinds of scenery in the game in addition to Windows 95 screensaver, but they all kinda suffer from the same problem the Attack Animal Academy has, with a kinda stuttery
amazing scrolling.
Like, look at these trees, you can barely tell that they're scrolling. Other than that, though,
Definitely not, eye strain inducing at all, especially in 3D. Definitely not.
solid game. It's tough, but getting a game over only means starting the stage over instead of the whole game. So at least the developer
Also, yeah, that's the normal boots jingle. So if you didn't know, now you know. Yeah.
had some semblance of mercy. Just remember to actually choose the continue option before the game automatically boots you to the title screen in like 2 seconds. I mean, if it doesn't want me to continue that badly, I guess I'll just move on to the next game.
Move on. Okay.
Well, thank Virtual Boy, we finally have a game that
D game. Everyone knows this game, right? I don't know. I think it's like decently well known. Like people know that this game exists, but they don't know a lot about the nitty gritty, the details of it. It's cool to explore them here.
isn't a shoot 'em up. Famicom Grand Prix 2 3D Hot.
They all know it's like, oh, it's that game on the Famicom that had Smash Brothers representation, and it's also first Mario racing game. So you can like whenever someone mentions Super Mario Kart, you can just go actually, and then what's that?
Rally. It's actually the first Nintendo project that Shigeru Miyamoto and the late Satoru Iwata worked together on.
Good fun facts. Now you know.
Like the title suggests, it's a sequel to the first Famicom.
Did HAL make this actually? Wait. No. Yeah, Miyamoto and Iwata worked together on. Does that mean it's HAL Laboratory who worked on this? Am I gonna look it up again? Sidetrack mode. Activate. HAL Laboratory has a website where they list like every single game, like literally every single game they've worked on, so. No. Wait. Did they? Hold up. That is they worked on Ghostbusters, sort of. They worked on Eternal Story for the Famicom Disk System, whatever that is. I guess that doesn't really count. I don't think it is. They worked on SimCity 2000, Shigesato Itoi's Number 1 Fishing, Pokemon Snap, of course, E-Reader. Whatever this is, what is this? Well, what? 2020? Oh, they did. UI development, UI UX. That's what they did. It's a walking arcade cap. No, is that a? I didn't know they made this last year. Okay. Famicom, Adventure of Lolo, Eggerland. Oh, Eggerland for Okay, and then those. Okay. Yeah, these are the. This is the Lolo series, so that doesn't really count. Yeah, it didn't technically work on this, but Iwata worked on it. So stop zooming. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Pre-game. I figure I should talk a little about that one too. The first installment, not to be confused with another Nintendo title called
Yeah, just have 2 games on your system called F1 Race. I'm sure that won't be confusing. Also, F1 Race did see a release in Japan, so.
F1 Race is a top-down racer with no 3D functionality whatsoever. It's also the first racing game starring Mario, and a decent one at that.
Oh yeah, technically this is the first game, not 3D Hot Rally. So.
Get used to the steering controls. 3D Hot Rally on the other.
That was like the first top-down racing game I tried, like I ever tried, and it was kind of weird, but I got used to it, so that's cool.
And it's the real deal. You have 3 cars to choose from: the Katobi, this car, that car, and the monster, each with different stats.
Look, point. That's a spirit in Smash Ultimate.
You then pick from a whopping 3 courses and hop right into racing. Oh, right.
Oh, come on.
Look at that sweet blue disc. There we go. Load that in. Did I ever mention that the disc was blue? I think I did, actually, so.
There we go. Once the game's done loading, you get to choose where in the course to set your repair point in case your vehicle...
I don't think I've ever actually cleared a single course in this game. Recording the footage, I think I failed, so... And the courses take so long. It's like, screw it.
Suffers from too much damage during the ride.
Like, the best time... Oh, whoops. Like, the best time on there says, like, 27:00? What's that, 27 minutes? 27 minutes best time for one course? It takes so long.
repair point in case your vehicle suffers from too much damage
Because like every time you go to a checkpoint, you have a time limit for each individual checkpoint. It's kind of like a virtual racing sort of deal. It's kind of weird.
during the ride. Each course features tons of branching
Also, this looks really weird on an emulator because it's it's flickering
paths, but that
and there's stuttering in addition to that as well. So
means you have to make sure you don't take a
this was like a pain to edit for the flicker reduced version of the video.
wrong turn and miss the repair point that you've set yourself. And we're off. This looks pretty much
Yeah, that's 27 minutes. It's 27 minutes best time. I looked at the timer, and also yes, the HUD flickers. The HUD is flickering, which looks very bad on the video. Oops. Yeah, just speed up the footage to remove the flickering. Ow.
standard NES racing game, but something just looks a little off. Like, why do those street lamps have eyes?
Evo.
And the bushes have evil grins. Is this supposed to be the Mario universe where everything in nature inexplicably has facial features?
I'm pretty sure this is confirmed. I'm not sure. It's like they justified this by saying the game takes place in the Mario world, features Mario and Luigi. That's why the things have facial features. But the facial features are like they want you dead. Like this weird design language.
I mean, I get that, but like these things just look like I think I'm being spied on. I feel uncomfortable. Someone please help me. Anyway, what's cool about this game compared to other racers, besides from the decent 3D effect that's enhanced by the scrolling scenery, is the addition of verticality to the courses. It might look a bit subtle, but occasionally you go up and down slopes that's conveyed pretty well by the dynamically shifting height of the track and background. And there's even bumps that can give your car some brief airtime if you go fast enough. I don't think I've ever seen this pulled off in all the other NES era racing titles.
So I asked around places to see if there were NES racing games that had, slopes up and down during the courses. I don't think I ever got like a example as a response. Like from the research I did during the limited time I had, I don't think anybody mentioned one. So not sure if this is the first one, but to have, verticality you can bounce up and down, but maybe that is the case.
At least those from Nintendo, so that's mighty impressive.
Or some third-party game has it. Yeah, that's why I added that line there. There could be like a cool third-party racing game out there that does this.
You know what's even more impressive? Along the track, you might see these exclamation marks. You collect them to fill up this meter on the HUD. And once it's filled up, you can
hot meter. Let's go.
There's a fifth gear option that lets you go. Okay, that was way too fast. You just end up crashing into everything, which costs you precious time because not being able to reach the next checkpoint in the designated time causes this number here to go down. And once it hits 0, it's game over.
7 minutes. I spent 7 minutes. Like it's a bit demoralizing. You spent like 10-ish minutes. The entire course best time is like 27 minutes, and like you game over in the middle of a course, and he's like, I don't want to do that again. It's just gonna like demotivating. I don't know. Were all racing games like this? I have no idea.
This is a fairly interesting take on the racing genre, with varied mechanics and a nice 3D effect to go along with it. Going off on a small tangent here, but both 3D.
There we go. Look at that. Like the only thing that would be better than this is a clear disc. I think the only clear disc that was ever made by Nintendo was the cleaning disc. I don't think there was a. Can I? Is there a picture of that? I'm gonna get sidetracked again. Famicom disk system clean disc cleaner. I kind of want to get one of those just for fun, but like. Oh wait, no, that's not no. That no. Oh, there we go. This thing. Can I get a? Look at that. Can I get a larger image of that? There's this card cleaner thing. I saw this like on Yahoo auctions a few times, but then it's like, is there no picture of this? Am I not allowed to click? Head cleaning card. There we go. That's what it's called. Look at that thing. I kind of want to get this. If it exists. You got a spray and the car is for cleaning the head. In stock. In stock for 4,000 yen. That's 43 US dollars for Okay. I would not spend this much on that, but you know, if you want to, be my guest. It looks cool though. This little rat little like I wonder how effective these were, actually. Just like stick a disc in and you like clean it, like spinning it. I wonder how effective these actually really are. But yeah, clear card looks really cool. If I could find it for a decent price, maybe I could get it. But yeah.
Rally and its prequel came in blue floppy disks with shutters on top. Players could save their high scores on these special discs and bring them to game stores around Japan to upload their scores to Nintendo and participate in the nationwide leaderboard with prizes.
Punch out.
So technically, this is one of Nintendo's first forays into some form of online gaming in the late 80s. That is pretty dang mind-blowing. 3D Hot Rally was also briefly pitched for a Western release, but Nintendo of America criticized the cute and uncool look of the vehicles.
POV, you're in charge of Nintendo of America marketing. You see these vehicles, what do you say? Too cute. Move them. Kirby, make it more hardcore. Just add like angry eyebrows to the cars.
This criticism would actually go on to inspire the art style of F-Zero. Guess this game did a lot more than we give it credit for.
Nice domino effect. It's real though. Yeah, gave birth to F-Zero, which is actually pretty cool.
Did good when your game gets a remix in Smash Brothers. Now this next game here is Fu Shaolin Ken An. Okay, I'm gonna stop before I butcher the Japanese pronunciation any further. But this is the second game in the series.
I didn't even get the first game. I like went into the second game, know nothing about it. I just got it because, you know, it supported the 3D system. Probably not the best, you know, investment, but
A young martial arts master in China.
Apparently this was like a decently popular like series in Japan. I don't think it's based on any existing anime or something. I don't think it was. It was just kind of like, you know.
The game itself is a 2D fighting game with a standard side view. I can't really tell you about the plot or the opponents you fight because I can't read Japanese, but what I do know is that the game has an interesting branching path system where you can choose what opponents to fight next in the story.
Yep.
Anyway, we are taking a look at this game since it does support the 3D system, so let's see what it looks like.
And here you see why this game was never added to the Wikipedia list for so long.
Wait, what? Okay, so it turns out unlike every other game we're looking at in this video, you don't toggle the 3D on and off with the select button. The game doesn't even advertise 3D support on the cover compared to the other disc games, but it is there. Listed in the manual, you can turn 3D mode on by holding A while starting the game. And yup, it's in 3D alright. It's literally just separating the flat sprite layer from the flat background layer, so it really isn't doing much. And
This is the only Famicom 3D system game that does the 2D layer thing. The background's not even parallax, it's literally just a background and sprite layer. Pretty sure.
see why this feature wasn't advertised as heavily. Anyway, that's about it. The actual game isn't that much to write home about from what I've tried. You punch with A, kick with B, and just sorta mash them until you win or lose. I'm not sure if I can even jump, which is what my opponents keep doing. Maybe I'm just not good at these games. Let's just move on. Next up we have Highway Star, but it's better known over in the West
Oh, nice shot there. Good job.
Rat Racer, one of the first racing games for the NES. Did you was made by Square? Yep, Square Enix Square. Before they merged with Enix and before they figured out their whole RPG shtick with Final Fantasy.
Is that Twin Famicom?
Before they merged with Enix and before they...
Wait, no, that's a Twin Famicom, right? Yeah, that's a Twin... Yeah, cool. Look at that cool Square development kit.
Figured out their whole RPG shtick with Final Fantasy.
Is that tablet? Yeah, whatever. Cool def.
That time they were...
I'm actually
before
like,
they figured out their whole...
I'm pretty sure I forgot what this footage comes. I can't exactly remember what this footage comes from. But like, if I recall correctly, it's kind of like a commercial. I forgot if it was commercial. I slightly remember it could have been a commercial, where the commercial was just kind of like showing them like the developers working on the next RPG game, and was like, we're working on Final Fantasy. We know it sells what we know it sells one in Japan. You just need to know that we're making one or something. I forgot if that was actually the case, but like if that was, that would be super funny. Because I know, like, already back in the Famicom era, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest are like super big in Japan, right? You don't even need any additional footage. You just know they're making a new one. Yes, that is it. That's the second game? Final Fantasy 2? Really? What, like, is it literally just one of it? Look, concept art. We're making a game. This is concept art. Yep. They are making the game. Yep. Okay. Yep, they are making the game. Buy it. Was the first Final Fantasy that big of a hit? Like, they can already do this stuff with the second game? It's just like...
RPG shtick with Final Fantasy. At that time, they were experimenting with making a bunch of...
Sorry about that. Oh, whoops. I forgot I had autoplay on. It's gonna autoplay, but... Okay.
Topic 3D games, and Rad Racer was one of them. If you're familiar with the game, you might know that you could play it with the Power Glove, but also in the West, it shipped with a pair of Analyph 3D glasses.
There's the cameo.
That can be used with the in-game 3D
mode.
Oh
god. Okay, yeah. Good comment. But they have the Rad Racer 3D glasses? Does it even look good? Like,
in Japan?
Actually, I do have, wait. So I have the 3D glasses next to me from Spy Kids 3D. I have those are like my only pair of red and blue 3D glasses. I can like check that footage out right now to see if actually as bad as it is. I think it actually works better on a CRT. I don't think if this works on an LCD, I might have to check. Like, I'm gonna wear it right now and just see.
A pair of Analyph 3D glasses that can be used with the in-game 3D mode.
Yeah, no.
In Japan, however,
yeah, it doesn't work on an LCD. You need a CRT to actually have it work. You can't. Just tried it. But the colors look horrendous either way, so... Japan got the sweeter deal.
Before it made its way to the NES, it actually supported the Famicom 3D system instead, and playing with that looks way cooler than wearing a flimsy pair of red and blue glasses, so...
I thought Rad Racer was like one of the big NES games? Like, there's a reason it was in the Nintendo World Championships, right? Like, it's figured like that was kind of like, the main racing game for the NES. I thought that was kind of like its whole deal. There was like F1 race, but no one really played that. And then there's like Mach Rider, which doesn't really count, and then there's Rad Racer. But it's actually a third-party game, so ha!
That, Americans. As for the game itself, it's a pretty standard racing game.
I mean, I can see why. It looks cool. So, you want to market that. That's like one of the best-looking racing games on NES so far.
Complete a course and must race to each checkpoint on time. I feel that 3D Hot Rally is a bit more unique in this aspect, but Rad Racer is still one of the better NES racing games with much more solid controls in my opinion. Actually, the 3D system adapter has a pass-through in the front for other accessories, so you could use both the 3D system and the Power Glove on it and surpass Lucas Barton.
That is my proudest gaming moment. This is the best... Am I the first person to ever do this? I'm not sure.
Hey, can I borrow like that Power Glove you got there?
Hell yeah! The funny thing, it actually works is the thing. That's the best part. Also, will I ever do a video on the Power Glove? I have no idea. Because yeah. I don't know if I ever make a video on the Power Glove. I mean, Power Glove is cool. When it works, it's decent. Like, it's okay if it works. And, like, the Japanese version is strange though. You can only use it with there's no games that were designed for the Power Glove in Japan. So I have a copy of Super Glove Ball, but I can't play with the Power Glove. Unless, like, I find an EverDrive or something. In which case I can have, like, a ROM that was patched to use the Japanese Power Glove, but, like, I should probably invest in the EverDrive. Probably what I'm hinting at.
Well, we're finally at the last game in the Famicom 3D system.
Are you ready for an underrated gem?
But before we do that, we actually need to look at one additional game.
Haha! Fooled y'all. Actually, there was one more game I had to find. Actually, this was another one of those games that I actually didn't have a relatively hard time finding. Just came across it suddenly, and, good job.
The 3D Battles of World Runner. This is another one of Square's experiments with 3D gaming. Like Rat Racer, it was released in the West with Analyph 3D glasses, but it was also released on the disc system in Japan as Operation Jump Out. Glasses.
Look at that.
Experiments with 3D gaming. Like Rat Racer,
check out that box art. That is just. It's got
released in the West with Analyph 3D glasses, but it was also released on the disc system in Japan as Operation Jump Out, also with Analyph 3D glasses.
God, these glasses look so sick. Oh, we're the Square branded yellow 3D glasses. Of course, that didn't come with my copy, but that would've been sick. I only got the disc.
Yes, this game didn't actually support the 3D system, but it did get a sequel that supported it, so we might as well take a look at this one first. Rather than being a typical shoot 'em up, in this game you play as Jack, who just runs along the ground. You dodge obstacles by moving left and right, and you can control your speed and jump over.
Does that mean he's a jumping Jack? I think that's actually the joke, so.
With a very adjustable jump height depending on your button press. Occasionally, you can grab onto a balloon along the course to go to a bonus area for more collectibles. I guess you can say that this is a pretty interesting early take on the endless runner genre.
It is actually cool, like, half Space Harrier, half, like, it's still got a platformer thingy going on. I actually do like how this game plays.
It isn't exactly endless. At the end of each world, you'll face off against a boss and the game turns into a traditional shoot 'em up. The first boss isn't even.
Yeah, what is with Famicom games and unnecessary flickering? I guess it was on a CRT, so that didn't really, like, it wasn't that big of a deal, but yeah.
Hard, it just moves back and forth while waiting for you to shoot at it. But yeah, this is a fun game and can get a little tough since you have to juggle both your speed and movement to avoid doing things like jumping right into a pit. I do like how if you pause the game while on the ground, Jack just sits down and takes a little break. Well, you just sit there and get some rest while we look at the sequel, which is known as JJ and is the one that actually supports the Famicom 3D system.
I don't know if I should say this here, but that acronym is let's just say it's a bit of a innuendo-ish word in Chinese, so I'm glad no one caught on to that. It's sort of a euphemism in Hong Kong, I'll just say that much. Sorry.
Now this essentially plays the same as the previous game, but takes the Lost Levels approach to sequel.
It's a euphemism for a certain piece of anatomy. Okay, I've said enough.
Design and basically picks its difficulty up right after the end of the first game. So in the first
look, it's Solid Snake. I think I said that already in the joke. As a joke in the.
Well, you're already going really fast and have no way to change your speed at all. Like, look at this. This requires your constant attention and reflexes. Also, Jack looks like Solid Snake in this game for some reason.
That looks exactly like Solid Snake. Just saying. Isn't it? Like, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one here.
This is also the part where I learned that bonking into these solid pillars don't kill you, but also reward you with power.
Yeah, these are like, what is this game design? You bump into pillars for power-ups. They don't actually kill you. This was a thing in the first game, but I kind of just like glossed over it because I didn't realize that was a thing until the second game. So good game design. 10 out of 10.
That grant you things like shield power-ups and invincibility. Don't grab the ice though, the ice kill you.
Oh yeah, so there's a power-up in each game that kills you for some reason. In this game, it's ice. In the first game, it's mushrooms. I don't know if that was like a jab at Mario or something, but in the first game, you like get mushrooms from pillars, and the mushrooms kill you. So, I don't know why. Apparently,
This is the Lost Levels approach, alright. The 3D effect in this game is definitely a lot better than in the first game, since the game no longer turns into a pile of ugly colors
Look
when
at
you
that,
do
ew.
so. And you also don't have to, you know...
oh yeah. The name is Jumpin' Jack, so that's what his name is. So that was the joke.
through tinted glasses. The 3D might prove useful in some of the boss fights too. Overall, this game is a really challenging but cathartic game to play through. Everything just happens super fast. In the later worlds, you even get enemies that try to block your path, and even trampolines that you have to land on with perfect positioning to jump across
Ow.
large gaps. Fortunately, you can continue from the beginning of your current world Mario 1 style if you get a game over, so in the end it isn't too frustrating. I say
I had like a lot of fun playing this on stream for Patreon. Like, I was like, oh god, I was actually getting into it. Is the thing. It's like I've barely done that with Famicom game before, and for some reason, this game made me got invested in it. Clearly, it's doing something right. So
these two games a try if you have the chance. They were released at a time when Square was hitting a decline with multiple commercial failures, and JJ would be the last Square game released before they went on to create Final Fantasy. So this is definitely an interesting piece of Square history.
bring him back.
And that's also it for this interesting piece of Nintendo history. 7 games is definitely a small number for a full-on system accessory to support, but I can see why the Famicom 3D system did.
Is this a realistic thing? Like 5 members of the family having a 3D system each? That's not. I don't think that's impossible. Technically possible if you have an audio splitter, but not impossible out of the box. This false advertising. Can't have family fun with the 3D system.
Catch on. The tech behind it is definitely impressive for the 80s, and active shutter technology would still be used later on for things like 3D TVs. But at the time it was a bit too clunky to be useful, with flickering and stuttering issues aplenty. When it worked, it was pretty dang cool, but there was also little variety in the games made for it.
What is with Famicom games and color flickering? Ow, that actually, like, wow, that got stunned me.
Outside of racing/shooting game where a character moves into the screen, so most customers didn't really think the whole thing was worth it for an optional 3D function. Of course, as technology advanced, games on the 3DS and even the Virtual Boy showed that there are definitely...
It was actually kind of cool though, like, you know, for 3D televisions, you both need both special glasses and a screen, and a specialized screen that can display specialized LCD screen that can display 3D stuff. But you know, with the Famicom 3D system and like the old 3D systems, you can just have any CRT. Like you can make it big. You can have a big CRT and just have 3D visuals. And when it works. Like it's not like it's not flickering a lot if you see it in person, because that's how CRTs work. And actually look pretty decent on one of those. So yeah, actually still cool technology.
Great applications of 3D in game design, but the Famicom 3D system was a decent first step, and the majority of games it supported definitely benefited from it.
Yo, so what did you think about it? Well, yeah, honestly, it wasn't too bad. For Nintendo's first shot at 3D gaming, it wasn't too bad of an attempt. So you did mention something about terms and conditions when you first gave me this thing, right? Oh yeah, by accepting that, you also agreed to reveal any other random Famicom accessory I throw your way at the future, so I'm definitely looking forward to that Rob the Robot core video.
I mean, it took me like 2 videos. New record.
Okay, look, this video took me long enough to make already. I'll take a look at Rob and other stuff in the future, okay? Just give me some time.
Alright. Actually, I was planning on doing it much later, but when I was making this, I was planning on not making the Rob the Robot video until a long time in the future. But then I did a Patreon poll and Rob the Robot won, so that was kind of funny how that turned out. So
it's like paying your debt in Animal Crossing. What? There's no deadline, but I'll be waiting. Well, by the way, did you know? The product code for the Famicom 3D system on the box? It's 3DS. Talk about foresight, am I right?
I had literally no place. I had no place to put that fact in the video until the end. I noticed that a long time. It's like never had a way to put it. There was a tweet about it, if you noticed. Back in 2018, I tweeted about the product code being 3DS. This 3D system. It's kind of fun. I am reusing my fun facts. Okay, no. Yeah, that's Famicom 3D system. It's like a generic, like, I think it's a decently cool, comprehensive look at the thing. Like, I don't know if there were a few more games out there that, looked at the whole library, but I tried to also give my own perspective on it as much as possible. But, at the end, it worked out pretty fine, except the part where I had to wait for the dang games to ship because I bought it from a terrible store. Never taking my money again. But, made it out. I still have the game, and I was actually half thinking of reselling one of the games, but still trying to make some of that cost back. But oh well. I mean, having a full set of Famicom 3D system games is still pretty cool to me. So I don't know, maybe. Okay, this is weird. I'm actually surprised no YouTuber has made a comprehensive AR games video before I did. It's kind of like the same situation as Photo Dojo. I look it up on YouTube, and all I get are like old videos from 2011, like showing it off, but that's about it. I guess like it just so happened that this was the perfect time to have like a retrospective on it, and some people were also wondering if I was gonna make a video on face raiders. Not really. I don't really have plans to do that. I mean, technically, Face Raiders is also AR, but it's kind of focusing on the AR cards for this. And actually, I did come off this video with a really cool, newfound appreciation of AR in general. So, this was actually a pretty enlightening experience for me as well to make. In addition to just, talking about AR games. So, really cool video, and I'm actually really proud of it. So, go, let's hop right in.
Hey guys, I'm back. It's been a while since my last core video hasn't.
This intro was like a last-minute addition. It's fun to be funny. It was literally this was the last thing probably I made for the video. So
I know I don't put videos out as often as the big guys, but I still want to thank you all for sticking with me. Well, hopefully I'm gonna make up for it by talking about something that you might have began to find nostalgic over the past few years. As you can see, I am definitely the real AK and not just a me impersonating as him. Ah!
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hell yeah, the Wii Play music, turn it up!
Titles for a system often share a certain quality, in that while they may not have a deep gameplay focus compared to later games in a system's life, particularly if they're mini-game compilations, they still provide many lasting memories for those who grew up with the system. Even 14 years on, people who grew up with Wii Sports still remember it fondly. Rolling the bowling ball backwards is like a shared experience, and people were kinda battle tanks in Clubhouse games on the Switch wasn't exactly a replica of tanks from Wii Play. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer, but hey, at least the bowling's still pretty legit.
Yeah.
With the 3DS almost approaching 10 years old in age, God I'm old, I figured that the nostalgia phase for it is about to kick into high gear. Like, you can make 3DS related memes that only certain kinds of people will probably get nowadays.
Raise your hand if you get this meme. I'm not the only one, right? See? See, it's working. No one, if you don't get, shame on you. How did anybody get this? Okay. I would say, try out a 3D Classics game sometime. It might be really cool. Should I explain it? Or should I not? Okay, I'm not gonna explain it then. Alright, Funny meme. I wonder if there are any comments in. I wonder if there are any people in the comments section that that say this.
And while I've already made a video on the lackluster launch of the 3DS and how games like Super Mario 3D Land made a great case for one of its major features being the 3D effect, I didn't really touch on the other major selling point of the 3DS that was included with the system. These cards. It's weird that even though these are packaged with every 3DS system even to this day,
posted this video on the day they announced that the 3DS is going to be discontinued. Good line. Right on the day of its death. Nice work.
not a lot of people have been reminiscing about them. Well, I certainly have been, hence this video. For those of you out of the loop, these are
Also, this is like the early AR cards packaging, so pretty cool if you've never seen them, because I think they were only bundled with the first version of the 3DS. The other ones had like plastic bags. This one didn't.
cards designed for the augmented reality feature.
This is my old one. You can tell by this is my original one. You can tell it by the yellowing. It's
Of the 3DS. AR would seem like a very simple premise, you just make virtual stuff appear on top of a card. But since its humble beginnings, the tech has evolved to the point where it's actually a fairly common sight in electronics nowadays. Most modern smartphones have some sort of AR related feature, letting you do stuff like measuring distance.
Yeah, like AR never really left. I'm kind of like skipping ahead here because that's kind of like the message at the end of the video, but like AR isn't a gimmick anymore. Like on the 3DS it might have been, but now it's not, and like not a lot of people notice that for some reason. Like, Nintendo kind of pioneered this stuff, so it's kind of interesting to see how AR is used nowadays.
In real time or plopping virtual objects in a real world space, all without any markers. Remember Pokemon
Can
Go?
we get a 3DS re-release with a LiDAR scanner? That's what I'm talking about.
Yep, that's a massive boom in consumer use of AR. But back in 2011, the 3DS was kind of one of the pioneers of expanding this technology to a mass audience. According to an Iwata-ass interview, most applications of AR at the time of the 3DS's development were in the form of static camera setups hooked up to computers.
This is actually one of the only oldest videos of like AR technology I could find. This was from like 2010, 2011-ish. There's like, for some reason, the only AR video I can find that kind of matched like what I was looking for. Just like markers on a screen showing models.
With the portability of a handheld system though, you can move the camera around easily, and the effect would be further enhanced by the 3D cameras. If you've kind of forgotten how AR games plays on the 3DS, let me remind you that they got quite a lot of mileage out of this tech. Every 3DS system comes packed with 6 AR cards, a question block card, and 5 character cards. It was originally planned to just be the one main card, but then Miyamoto looked at it and was like, isn't this a block from Mario? So why doesn't Mario come out of it? And the devs were like, so here we are. We'll get to those in a moment though.
Yeah, I like how that's like Miyamoto's logic, not just like, just because they just happened to use a question mark block, they're just gonna like, just add Mario to it. This Mr. AR erasure, we could have not gotten Mr. AR, so
also, this is the mascot for AR games, a sentient block called Mr. AR.
Look at him, bring him back! Where did my boy go? Bring him back! Why is he not?
Nintendo was probably on the mascot high at that time. They made at least 3 new characters just for the 3DS itself.
Bring them back, please.
Anyway, scan the main card with the appropriate lighting and distance, and there he is. The menu is navigated just by shooting at objects. Now consider.
Also, like, I'm pretty sure, because this is capture card footage, I'm pretty sure I have like one of the only videos on YouTube right now to have like high quality footage of AR games. You're welcome.
The 3DS's subpar camera quality, the AR tracking is passable but leaves a little to be desired. Since you'll be moving around the card quite a bit, any sudden or quick movement.
The Switch has no system mascots? Excuse me, you're forgetting someone. Yeah, Amelia N. I mean, they should have put her in more things though, so. There's that.
might cause the card to leave the frame, or cause the screen to stutter. It's not too bad though if you've got enough space and lighting for it to work as
Nikki died for this.
possible, though light reflecting off the card can also be a nuisance sometimes. At the start, you only have access to archery and star picks, and we'll do the latter first since it's pretty straightforward. Star picks lets you post different characters around and take photos. The main card makes Mr. AR appear, but the other 5 cards show the corresponding characters: Mario, Toon Link, Kirby, Samus, and Pikmin. Can't believe these were from a time when Metroid and Pikmin were considered the other major Nintendo franchises.
Oh! Sorry. Age like milk? I don't know. Well, actually, you know. It was a different time. Also, Pikmin is still dead.
Too soon? You can move the characters around independent of the card, change their size, and even strike different poses.
When will we get Pikmin 4? Like, Metroid Dread came out before Pikmin 4? Oh no.
More importantly, you can have multiple characters in the same shot. Even the devs mentioned that this had some mini Smash Brothers vibes in it. Ultimately, it's just a fun little photo tool that you can get some neat shots out of if you're creative enough. Just ask
That's Pikmin 4. Look at this. Look at the screen. That's Pikmin 4.
my lovely supporters on Patreon.
There you go. There's your look, Patreon pictures. Yeah, look at them. Good. This is the best. I'm sorry. All of them are good. My personal favorite is this one. Alright.
On to the games. Archery is probably the one everyone remembers. It's pretty straightforward. You got a bunch of targets and you shoot them, occasionally moving around to get a better view, like peeking into a hole. This time we also get to see some of the cool environment morphing techniques on display. But this really is more of a demo than
I
anything.
love how you can barely see it because I'm playing on a dark surface. Probably not the best choice, but
You only play 2 levels before resurrecting this dragon. And subsequently defeating it by shooting.
by the way, the theme for the dragon is such a bop that you can't hear it over the sound of this dragon screeching. But like, I think it's even on. It's in Smash Brothers, right? The dragon theme. But like, it's a cool boss battle theme.
But segments while dodging its attacks that don't really do damage. I feel like this is one of the parts where the system struggles a bit trying to keep up with the camera feed, what with all the quick motions and explosions going around. But yeah, this is just a quick taste of what's to come.
That
Completing archery unlocks Mii Picks and R.O.B. Mii Picks is just star picks with Mii characters, pretty self-explanatory, although this time you can change both the pose and expression of your Mii characters. Then we have R.O.B, which is like a miniature cross between golf and
a star picks photo is actually the first ever photo I took with my 3DS. I took it like on the trip home with like with the system. I kind of took it during the trip home with my system for the first time. This took like I still have that photo actually, so cool memories.
billiards. You have to hit a ball into a goal panel in multiple levels formed from the morphing environment. It's a neat minigame and all that, though sometimes the environment gets morphed so much to the point that it just looks like a blob of colors, and I don't really get the virtual stuff in real world feeling from it. Like, you could probably turn all this into a full virtual environment without the AR elements and it would probably still be just as enjoyable, but that's just my 2 cents. Also, you can barely see the terrain when you play the game on a dark surface.
Just hard mode. Play in 2D on a capture card, my 2DS capture card, just play in 2D. That's hard mode right there.
Minigame, and of course at the end, you fight another dragon by hitting bombs at it. Guess Nintendo's just got a thing for dragons while making this, huh? Moving on to the last 2 minigames, Graffiti and Fishing. Graffiti is a drawing tool as you'd expect, though it does not actually let you draw in a 3D space. You just draw on a flat 2D plane and can then make your creation move all over the place. Though you can wrap the 2D plane into a sphere or a cylinder, so you can still make a ball jump
Yes. It looks weird, but okay.
around. It's got your typical
Okay, there we
brush
go.
and color options, some nice stamps, some overlays of Nintendo characters if you want to learn how to draw them, and even some effect brushes like sparkles, glowing lights, or
Why is the sparkle like dark gray? That's not like
everything on fire. And in typical Nintendo fashion,
That-
there are multiple animations for erasing the entire canvas. It's like tradition at this point, you know?
Yeah, look at. I'm surprised no one actually talks about this. Like, Rocket is a classic. Also, like, I had to get footage from all these games just to like.
There are multiple animations for erasing the entire canvas. It's like
Drawing for Wiimo's pain. That is my good. What happened? These are good drawings. Sorry to erase them.
tradition at this point, you know? Fishing is one of the quintessential Nintendo minigames. It seems like they can never go wrong with it whenever they put it in the game.
Best Nintendo fishing game. Don't at me.
This iteration in AR games actually reminds me a lot of the fishing minigame in Wii Play, only more realistic. You have 2 minutes to fish as many fish as possible, with bigger catches netting bigger scores as per usual. The use of motion controls is pretty seamless and works well here. You just dip the end of the rod in, wait till a fish bites, and then yank it up. It comes across really naturally. And of course, you get to see your catch up close in glorious 3D. After 2 minutes are up though, a large mysterious shadow appears in the water. What could possibly be lurking beneath the surface? You don't need to guess, it's a dragon again. Of course. Feed
Water
it some
dragon.
bombs with your fishing rod and
Murder!
wow, the game just asks you to fish its corpse up. That's kinda grim. Oh heck yeah, it's worth 200 points, let's go!
Good app break. Let's go.
And that is it for AR games. The archery and AR shot games feel a bit too short in my opinion, and oh what the heck, who am I kidding, of course that isn't it. Clearing fishing actually unlocks this purple box that brings you-
GameCube. Is that a GameCube reference? No, it's not a GameCube reference.
a whole second page of games. That you actually have to first buy from the shop using play coins, the 3DS system-wide in-game currency. Yeah, remember those? Honestly, it was a really great way to encourage gamers to exercise more by turning their steps while walking outdoors into hard-earned.
You guys all saw this joke coming. Did you guys? I tried my best to not make the motion look suggestive, but some people still saw it that way for some reason. I don't know why, but you know, you do you. I don't care.
Alright, got more than enough coins, so let's start from the top.
I totally did not hack that in through homebrew, by the way. I'm sorry for ruining the magic.
Take Pictures just gives you the ability to take screenshots anywhere by pressing L and R. Wow, kids these days are spoiled with their capture buttons and whatnot. Next up is Clock, and it's basically a virtual cuckoo clock. You can press A to make the cuckoo sound, and that's about it, I guess. Wait, control time?
No, that's gag.
Wait, no, why would you do that?
I'm not ready yet. I still have to finish this video.
This is a good gag. Actually, I really like this gag. And yeah,
Well, it's time for another episode of Things of
we're
Interest, and this one is something that I have no word.
yeah, okay, so yeah, so actually this is the exact same audio that I did for the Things of Interest video on the Super Mario bootleg Game & Watch. It's the exact same audio if you listen to it closely. I just kind of like cut it in the middle so I could do the little joke bit. Because I had both of them planned. I just thought, like, let's record them at the same time. Why not? I wrote a joke. Some people actually noticed it, so yay.
But wait, hold on, go back. I haven't even finished the last video yet. You think I wouldn't notice? Okay, we're back. Anyway, I do like the 3D effect you get when you make the cuckoo pop out of the screen. You can even close in on it so that it breaks the screen when it pops out. That's a pretty cute touch, I suppose.
Death.
Alright,
I didn't actually touch on what happens next. I just kind of like, oh, the cuckoo's dead. No. If you don't know, you know. it turns black and it can't break the screen again. I just thought it was like ending it. I just thought it was cool that way. And moving on, we have the very obvious globe joke. I don't know how many people actually know about like the funny thing. I think most people actually do. So I just kind of like. Actually, I'm not actually sure. Like, it's kind of like a collective thing, right? People know about the globe. I tried to like not make it super like, oh no, it's scary. I'm gonna piss my pants or something like that. No, I don't want to make it like that.
Moving on, we have the globe. I think I already know what to
I wanted something more subtle than, thought it turned out well.
expect from this one. Hold it in your hand. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, I guess it is. I like this really calm atmosphere. It almost reminds me of looking at the Wii's Weather Channel. Just looking at the globe while listening to some relaxing music. Oh hey, you can actually shoot the Earth to make it spin faster. Look at it go, it's just going a wee.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this definitely gave some kids trauma. Not me. This thought it was funny, but it's a decent way to do the joke, I think. I mean, it wasn't like
Sorry.
Yeah. It's kind of like I don't know what else to say about that. It's just felt like, I do actually wonder how many people knew about this beforehand and what percentage of people didn't, though. So
Had to regain myself just there. What do we have next? The 3D tools, right.
Also, I love how I never acknowledged that, the globe just disappears. I know it's like a little fun fact that, if you destroy the globe, you have to buy it again. I just thought it would be like a little bit funny if I just like never acknowledge it ever again, and there's just a gap in the games now.
This one finally puts the power of environment morphing in your own hands, with the ability to rise lower and flatten terrain around the card. Now this is pretty cool.
You destroyed the planet, buy another one, capitalism wins again.
I was toying around with it and wondering how it would be pretty neat to include the ability to make custom AR shot levels, when I was reminded by the game that I could shoot out balls with the A button. I mean, it's not exactly a full gameplay feature, but it's better than nothing. You can make elaborate structures for the balls to roll in until their explosions inevitably cave your creation in. Alright, we're in the big leagues now. This is what I was excited to revisit for this video.
Okay, free fishing, most exciting thing to revisit, but also the most frustrating thing to revisit.
The expanded versions of the base minigames, starting with free fishing and the fish gallery. Yup, this just lets you fish as long as you want without any time restrictions, which is freaking amazing. The weather and time of day can change as well, which affects what type of fish you can catch, with 31 different species in total. There are even king-sized variants of each species to catch if you hate yourself. It's not much compared to the likes of Animal Crossing, obviously, but it's still a really fun time just chilling out and trying to catch as many species to fill your collection. Wait, hold on, is that a Lakitu? What's he doing here? Is he just gonna fish alongside? Oh, there are bloopers in the... Huh, that's really neat.
Okay. I don't know if you guys want to see, like, there was a lot of pain hidden between... There was a lot of pain hidden between those last few seconds. So the way the blooper works is, it's completely random. So when the Lakitu shows up, all of the fish currently in the water have become bloopers, basically. But when the Lakitu leaves, and that's like after like less than a minute, it just goes away. The fish turn back to regular fish, and then you have to wait for the Lakitu to come back again. I'm pretty sure I missed the chance to grab a blooper like at least 5 times. and I streamed the whole thing on Discord for the for the Patreon channel. I streamed the whole thing. I think I have all the raw footage. Still, I have like an hour's worth of fishing footage. Just trying, like, at first I got all the footage I needed. I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a look at the blooper now, and I spent an additional hour just getting the footage of the blooper. I don't know why I kept missing the fish. It was absolute pain. But you guys need to hear about that. I think this footage is like, I think it could have been for the first or second time I saw it, so it's like in between these two pieces of footage there was a lot of hidden pain involved. Oops.
What's he doing here? Is he just gonna fish alongside? Oh, there are bloopers in the... Huh,
Still
that's
cool, though.
really neat.
Still cool,
Eat
though.
your heart out, Paper Mario. AR Games was 9 years ahead of you. And yes, there are special things to catch that appear under different scenarios. For example, a UFO occasionally floats across the water.
I'm surprised I didn't make the job skis joke again. Probably would have been like, I could have done the same thing I did in HyperShot, you know.
If you bonk it with your fishing rod, it falls into the water and becomes...
I didn't add the bonk sound effect. I didn't add the bonk. That sounds like that feels like something I would totally do, but
that you can catch. And here's something that's also super cool. If you place the AR car on a red surface...
I totally did not go out and get origami paper just so I could do this, by the way. I totally did not do that. Definitely didn't. Definitely still don't have them lying around. Yep.
Yeah, Cheap Cheeps just start bouncing around for you to catch. And if you use a yellow surface, you can even save Mr. AR himself from drowning. No, don't. You have so much to live for, even though you get practically forgotten by Nintendo in the future and don't even cameo in Smash Brothers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's sad. Did he even appear in anything else at all? No. He's forgotten now.
I'm not gonna spoil all of the fun catches in this mode to save some surprises, but if you haven't completed the fishing gallery yet, I recommend revisiting it sometime. I actually found out that I didn't complete it on my main system while writing the script, so I went ahead and did just that, and it was a fun time.
Yeah, I caught all the species on my capture card from a fresh save file, and I noticed I didn't do that on my main system, so I went back and did that. That's kind of weird, but you know, went ahead and did that because the fishing game was just that fun, so...
Next up, Archery 2! Yeah! No, really, this is way more fleshed out than the first one. It has more levels for starters and has a few fun setups where you really have to look from all angles to get hidden targets, and on occasions actually shoot at them with accuracy. These moving targets are certainly something. I also like how this gate actually blocks you from shooting at the targets even if you try to look over it. Shoot the button. Okay. There's also this cute little part where you have to shoot a ghost into smaller pieces and stop them from reforming. Look at them! Stop trying to make me feel bad. Oh well, you still get to fight a dragon at the end.
This random section in the middle with ghosts, and it's just never explained ever again. At least with dragons, you know it's a constant thing, but the ghosts just like appear once and then never again.
It seems to be more aggressive than usual this time, but that might just be me. All that leaves R.O.B 2, the final minigame we're looking at, and naturally it's a harder version of R.O.B. Pretty hard actually. The whole minigame takes place in a dark environment with a glowing ball, and it just makes it a tad more difficult to figure out the layout of the courses, especially when the terrain is constantly moving. Some levels like this one also get a bit frustrating trying to deal with the ball physics, like please just land on the go, stop rolling off the slopes please. The levels this time around are more interesting for sure, though like the last—
Look at that sweet FPS. I don't know why like the 3DS is struggling. Like technically it's not like too demanding at all. Like the models in here are just like, it's actually pretty simple, but just maybe it's like something about the use of both the camera and the models, something just the 3DS cannot do for some reason.
And it doesn't quite take advantage of the whole AR aspect as much as the archery minigames do, since you don't really have to look around from all angles to solve these. The Dragon Boss is also slightly on the annoying side since you have multiple places to shoot bombs from, but the dragon constantly moves around and drops them, so you gotta keep switching places all the while avoiding its attacks under the sweet frame rate. Overall though, it's decently challenging.
Got like a poison breath dragon has, I'm not sure. I love the victory theme for this. It's like there's like a random noise of like whoo! It is like it just plays the victory theme for some like it's just so random. I love it. What's up?
And that is the whole AR games collection. Nintendo is no stranger to doing mini-game compilations for a system's launch. In fact, the whole concept of AR games started as an idea to give the 3DS an equivalent to Wii Play.
Nintendo 3DS Play. Do you?
For a built-in game, they did a pretty good job of showcasing both augmented reality as well as the 3D camera technology. It's got a bunch of creative tools for some replayability, as well as one of the better fishing minigames to come from Nintendo.
Yeah, I said it.
And since it's all portable, the AR cards were deliberately made credit card size to fit in wallets. It's like a tech demo for the 3DS you can easily show off to your friends. I certainly did carry the cards around with me back in the day and showed the games off once or twice.
Can I get someone else who also did this back in the day? I don't want to feel weird. I used to carry a Mama 3DS with the AR games, and I played them with other people to show how cool it is. Am I the only one who did that? I am? Okay.
I probably became a walking 3DS advertisement and got played right into Nintendo's plan.
Nice.
I see you guys learning from the failure of the Virtual Boy. But of course, this fancy new AR technology wasn't just delegated to built-in software. Some actual 3DS games had to make use of them, and this is where support for it kinda faltered. Most people would probably look back on the AR feature thinking how very little games supported it.
This man is using the 3DS at the maximum open position, and that is a crime. That is illegal. I felt the need to point it out since the comments did. I'm sorry. That is unforgivable. Why is he doing? I have to point it out.
Yeah, only a handful of them did. There's the small list of supported games on Nintendo's website, even though there are definitely more besides these, and I don't think a comprehensive list of all of them has been compiled as of making this video.
You know what time it is? Time to get sidetracked and see if there is a full list of 3DS games with AR support. AR games, 3DS, AR games, 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 3DS. That's regular AR games. That is not. Yeah, that is not like a fully two best games to use AR. AR games, no. AR games 3DS, AR game. Is there like no list? Like, I really thought there would have been one by now. Games. Like, not even in. Okay. Wow, they never updated this graphic, so the 2DS XL was not here. Okay. Yeah, there's no like full list of that. It's kind of weird.
Some of the games don't really have impressive uses for the
here, Nintendo. There we go. This one.
Like Nintendogs plus Cats, which lets you feel your pets on the card, okay? Well, you can use the character cards to give your pet some sick-looking headgear, but that's about it.
Kirby cat. Look. Why does the medal say dog on it? I just noticed. Okay.
Still though, I want to talk about some of the highlights of AR features in 3DS games, as they definitely gave it lots of love on a few occasions and not everyone has heard of those efforts. First off, there are games that feature AR exclusive modes. Tetris Axis, one of the earliest Tetris games on the 3DS, features an AR marathon mode, which is just regular Tetris in AR with an incredibly tiny 4-row playfield, cause why not?
Yeah, let's play Tetris with 4 rows. Let's see, I can survive that.
And also AR Climber, a more fleshed out mode where you drop tetraminos to help a little man climb to the top of a tower. That's clever enough, I guess, since you have to keep moving around the card and all. Another game with AR modes is Mario Party Island Tour. Oh, okay, controversial opinions on the board game design aside, this actually has mostly solid minigames, with some of them having great uses of motion control as well.
They're gonna have the minigames back here? The Superstar's gonna have some minigames from this? No? I have no idea. Do they even take stuff from the handheld spin-offs? I don't think they do. Like, not even DS. Just take them from the console games, right? Not sure.
It makes sense for ND Cube to add in some extra minigames that take advantage of this fancy.
Yeah, also Island Tour has the choicest voice, so you can't it automatically is good. It gave us the choicest voice. This like makes it the best minigame in the franchise.
AR Tech. Oh, we only have 2 of them? Alright, it's better than nothing, and hey, these support multiplayer. You can let 3 other 3DS pals join in with download play, remember that feature, and all huddle and spin around the...
Yeah, who did this? I want to know. This is the only AR game that supports multiplayer. It's like, you can do a download play with 2 people. The same one card. I want to gather some people and do this for real. This is the only time. Also, I figured these games will actually be pretty cool for like with. I think like these games would actually be pretty cool to play if you had like maybe if you had like one of the large AR cards from Club Nintendo, just like placed on the floor, and then you just got like a bunch of people with like multiple 3DSs just like spinning around around the cart on the floor, just shooting stuff. That would actually be pretty fun, actually. I don't know. Cool local multiplayer idea. Do it sometime.
AR card. I sadly don't have enough friends to replicate that chaos, but I'm sure it would certainly be one. Well, first off, we have Kagoomba, which is shooting Goombas. Pretty self-explanatory, that one. It does have this nice gimmick where you have to defeat a Womp at the end by shooting.
Yeah, imagine this, but with like actual people like walking around a large cart on the floor. Chaos.
Back while it keeps turning around. The other game is Sinking Feeling, where you climb to survive.
Got this. Man, I really want to try this out now.
The longest on a tower that's constantly sinking into lava. Naturally, you have to move around the AR card in order to see all parts of the tower and keep up with your character. There's a single player endurance mode, but I imagine it would still be way more fun with friends. Skipping ahead a little, we have what is probably Nintendo's last major effort in pushing AR features on the 3DS, starting from 2013.
This is weird. This is a weird series in general. Oh, what's up?
Nintendo released the Photos with Mario series. If you bought a Nintendo eShop prepaid card during this time, it will come with a special AR card featuring a Mario character. In Japan and Europe, the character you got depended on the value of the eShop card, but in America, they were all obtainable from $10 cards. As for the cards I actually got for myself, I only ever got 2 Goomba cards.
Yeah, so this was like from the time... This was kind of around the time where I learned to actually just get codes digitally, so like... I think pretty sure these were the last few prepaid cards I actually got from stores. So, yeah.
Oh well. I just did the logical thing and printed the full set out myself. Even got them laminated. Don't know if that was a good idea in hindsight since it might affect readability, but whatever.
There's a premium, look at that. I got World's Best Collection though.
Anyway, these cards are used with a free app on the 3DS eShop called Photos with Mario. It's sort of an evolution of Star Picks in the base AR games, but instead of static models, this time the characters are fully animated.
Mario and Rio.
They can react to the microphone, your distance towards them, and even interact with other characters. Place Mario next to Peach and they'll say hi to each other.
Hello! Oh, yeah!
Swap her for a Goomba and Mario succumbs to his murderous instincts. It's fun to experiment with different character combos and see how they react to each other. You can even put in the question block card, which shows a pipe that can contain a toad or a piranha plant depending on what character it's paired with. There are also some additional features such as on-screen effects, this photo timer that has very cute countdown music, and a very neat grab function. With this, you can fix the character positions in place and transplant them to different places without the need to keep the cards on screen. You can even change the direction and color temperature of the lighting on
This
the
is actually a really cool feature, by the way. Like, they didn't have to do this, but they did.
models to fit the surroundings. With all this, you could probably take some very neat shots. Now, if you're not a Mario fan, don't worry, Nintendo has you covered, as they've released 2 other AR photo apps since then, both of which didn't reach America. Sorry guys. The first is photos with Animal Crossing, because the Animal Crossing series needed more cards. Well, at least they got a chance to.
Why don't they sculpt these cards instead? They should have just, you know. What's the deal with amiibo cards nowadays? If, like,
on the AR train after missing it the first time. In Japan, the 3 different cards were once again bundled with different values of eShop cards. In Europe though, the software and cards themselves were only provided through limited giveaways at Gamescom and McDonald's in 2015. And they asked other people who've joined online giveaways to just print their own cards.
yikes. This is a real thing.
Yeah, that was a really weird year to be an Animal Crossing fan. Using this app is
Also, yeah, like these cards on screen right now are also laminated. So, yeah. I actually did it just for this video.
the same as photos with Mario, only with an Animal Crossing theme this time. In fact, each of the 3 cards contains several characters, which can be swapped between by simply moving the camera away and back. The fun part that's unique to this version, however, is that the question block card shows the town tree from New Leaf plus Tortimer, and when you put the different Animal Crossing cards next to it, the characters gather around the tree. So you can now take photos with the entire squad.
Everyone is here. Rip these 2 guys, rip this guy, and then rip Digby, and then rip rip Tortimer. Rip Rover. Rover technically it. Too soon, sorry.
Though for some reason, if you use the grab function, the town tree disappears, so it becomes a photo op with
I have no idea if this is actual bug. If this is an actual bug. Pun not intended.
squad plus a floating bug.
Did I just date my video? I think I dated my video with this one. Yeah, I think I did.
Time for the other app, which is Photos with Pikmin. This is probably the most obscure one out of the trio, seeing as it was only released in Japan and through the eShop cards once again. This time you have 3 different types of Pikmin, red, blue, and yellow. You can even change the number of Pikmin by blowing on the mic. Like blowing the whistle in the Pikmin games, that's kinda clever. The gimmick that's unique to this version this time is that the Pikmin on the card have different animations depending on how you hold the card. If it's almost upside down, then oh look, he's hanging on for dear life. Let me just boo. I feel very bad now.
Okay, this is also like this is also probably one of my favorite gags.
They hold the card vertically and the Pikmin climbs up it and off to
I'm so glad that the nature of this means I can just green screen that. Like, did no one ever think about that? You just green screen that. It's so easy. Oh, I subverted your expectations. That is what they call... Got him. I waited until, like... This is the payoff. After the hypersport, after the gag in hypersport, this is the payoff. Your expectations have been thoroughly subverted. I have played you all for fools.
To end things off, I've saved the best for last, and I'm gonna talk a bit about 2
A HyperShot video came out in January. Took me 9 months. Yeah.
retail 3DS games that actually came with their own AR material. First off is Spirit Camera, The Cursed Memoir, which is actually a spin-off of the Fatal Frame series. Now I have no experience with the series and I wasn't really gonna bother trying the game out for myself, but it was definitely worth mentioning in this video as
who had this game?
Game came with an entire AR booklet that was essential to playing the game.
Like, this game was not released digitally, and there was this booklet.
There's even a replacement PDF available on Nintendo's own website, but the game was never available digitally, so whoops.
Like, who's gonna like, you know? It's gonna be like a bit of a pain to replay this, isn't it? Like, I guess you could always just have like a tablet or like, you know, phone screen showing the what kind of people would go to their length to do that. And considering this game was a physical only release, like, not a lot of 3DS games got like a digital. Not a lot of 3DS games didn't get a digital release. Maybe there's like a list of those somewhere.
Anyway, the main gist is that you scan these pages with the 3DS camera and Happy Haunts materialize. So it's kind of like they tried to combine the tech of AR games and face raiders into one coherent game experience, where you scan the book to review ghosts and exorcise them by looking all around your room. While I admire the ambitious effort here, it seems that it still wasn't impressive enough to warrant the full $40 retail price.
I love how that book is legitimately worn out. Is that like how it came with the game, or like, or that's a really nice touch if it was, but like, the actual booklet isn't that worn out, right?
It was generally criticized for being too clunky to set up and being another glorified tech demo. If you want to learn more about it though, there's a really good video about it by NitroRad. I recommend checking that out. Now, the other retail 3DS game that extensively uses AR cards
is more my forte.
Kid Icarus Uprising. Now, I know it's only one of the small side modes next to the amazing main game that more people should play, but it still played a pretty big part in the game's promotion both before and after its release.
Remember when Nintendo cared about Kid Icarus? Good times.
Uprising has a library of collectible in-game models called idols. Basically the animated equivalent of Smash Bros. Trophies, because Sakurai. On their own,
God, it took me so long to find that GIF. Like, I had to like neck. I'd go back and ask Push Dustin to find that for me.
They're pretty neat to look at and serve as nice additional info and lore. But in addition to,
there's a cool little like Kid Icarus Uprising fact. Poseidon, if you know about the game, in-game Poseidon only appears as a voice, and this 3D model never actually appears in the game. They just made a specific trophy and gave him a specific animation for the idol, which is a pretty cool. I think that's like the only idol in the game that never actually appears in the game. Cool fun fact.
Pretty neat to look at and serve as nice additional info and lore. But in addition to that, nearly all 400 plus idols in the game have been released as collectible AR cards as well. Every physical copy of the game comes with 6 starter AR.
Is Uprising rare now? Like, it's one of those like, is it one of those like 3DS games that have risen in price? I know it's available digitally, so, but like people really like the physical version with the stand and everything.
Cards, including Pit and Palutena, as well as various side characters, enemies, and weapons. If you scan these with the 3D,
yeah, that's like those are the only cards I have.
Camera, well, the associate
good joke
idol just shows up like you'd expect. But if you make 2 cards face each other, then you can have them
battle to the death.
Each card has its own stats like health, attack, and speed as well. Alright.
Ever since I heard about this matchup, I wanted to make a joke about it, so here we are. I think it was actually Sugar Conroe who first showed this off, but like, this is so funny.
On this side of the ring, we have Magnus, the mightiest human swordsman of all time, with his trusty giant sword that he wields in battles against the deadly forces of the underworld. And on the other side, we have a literal child.
Yeah, I printed. I printed the girl card out for this. It's worth it.
Oh. Anyway, aside from the 6 cards you start with, additional cards could have been gotten from booster packs that were sold or distributed in events depending on where you live. Unfortunately, I'm in Hong Kong, so I'm just stuck with the base cards I started out with.
I never even knew, like, I'm not even sure if like these cards were ever available in Hong Kong. I imagine they were. Like, if not the American ones, that at least Japanese booster packs, right? I never I never actually searched for that. Actually, maybe I could search for. Well, I don't think anyone else is reselling these cards locally. Like, even the game itself is a bit hard to find locally. If I search Kid Icarus Uprising, I don't think I can find any results.
But I absolutely dread the thought of anyone ever going for a complete collection of Kid Icarus AR cards, seeing as lots of rare cards were exclusively given.
Okay, who here has rare cards? I don't. If you have, cool, good for you. I think there's still like a decent community for it. Like considering like how acclaimed the game is, like I think the AR card thing is gonna be like a big thing again. Could be. It has the potential.
Through different means all across the world. These included, but are not.
If you guys never knew about the ridiculous scope of these, like
To pre-order bonuses, cards being bundled with strategy guides, being bundled with the soundtrack, being bundled with magazines, given out as tournament prizes.
Who even has one of these? Like, these were never for. How many of these are there in the world? These are myths. They took a picture of this once and never again. They should physically release the Pit Victory card.
Of Nintendo bonuses, and exclusively distributed at a single Japanese festival in.
Yeah, this is the exclusive. This is the exclusive footage of the real Kid Icarus parade floats. This is a real thing that happened. What? This is the dumbest thing ever. This is the rarest card, right? I'm pretty sure this is.
Tokyo, I am not kidding, it is beyond ridiculous.
I'm gonna.
There were even 2 cards that went unreleased physically in any region, with only one of them just recently posted digitally as part of a promotion for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, 6 whole years after the game came out. Can't wait until the fabled Medusa rare card finally gets released to promote the sequel in 2037.
Yeah, we are still waiting for that. I'm counting down the years. Ever since I have been counting, I am waiting.
Know more about just how crazy collecting AR cards for the game has become, I recommend one of Shugga Conroy's videos as part of its Let's Play that goes into a lot of detail about the cards.
He is the expert on this matter, not me. But yeah, it is insane. This Kid Icarus Uprising, probably biggest use of AR on the 3DS. Oops.
Overall though, even with the support in a decent amount of other games, AR on the 3DS was Overall though, even with the support in a decent amount of other games, AR on the 3DS was mostly relegated to a side gimmick, and eventually faded out of the public eye as the years went on. While it was certainly fun for a gimmick, especially when combined—
Oh, that is prototype footage, if you didn't notice.
As the years went on. While it was certainly fun—
Wow! Yeah, that is not how it appears in the game at all, so... This is more fun facts. Wow.
Especially when combined with the stereoscopic 3D, it ultimately wasn't perfect and reliable enough to sustain a core game experience, what with the limited interactivity, terrible 3DS cameras and all. It's not like Nintendo didn't try at all with the concept. Look at how much time I've spent just talking about the built-in minigames and the other games that took advantage of it.
Look at this awkward shot. I'm just gonna remind you all that like I filmed all this footage with a capture card that's wired to my computer, and they expect me to circle around the card, which is kind of impossible. So some of this footage looks awkward as hell.
Look at how much time I've spent just talking about the built-in minigames and the other games that took advantage of it.
Yeah, and it's a 2DS. Just make matters worse.
Made this giant AR card as an offer for Club Nintendo members, and yes, I did print my own. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Club Nintendo was not... Club Nintendo was a US thing. I had to print this out myself. That's poor. I could probably make it bigger. I'm pretty sure there's like a video out there with like someone like painting a gigantic AR card like outside of a building and like looking at it from the balcony with the 3DS. I think that was like one of the largest AR cards ever painted, right? Yeah, I think it was this one. You know, with that title, you know that video is old. Is that like a printed thing? Look at it again. Yeah, it's this, I think. This is definitely a Japanese video from 2011, alright. Math. Look at that. Man, I didn't have this dedication to put it besides a robot stand. That's kind of funny. It's kind of cool. I believe AR cards are like, there are replacement images of the AR cards on Nintendo's website, and I believe they are vector images. Like, they're in a PDF form, and I believe it is vector, so you can scale it up as much as you want it. This is not gonna work. Look at that. This is doing good. That's not gonna work. Look how flat that. No, that's not gonna work. No, yeah, it moved closer. He's trying so hard. There we go. Big boy. The world was a simpler time back then. Like doing it from the gate. That's so cool. There he is. Nice. I love how it's like almost the exact same pose. And imagine them playing a game on this. That would be so dumb, but like so cool. But like some of these like smaller scale AR cards would be like perfect for playing stuff like the Mario Party minigames, like multiplayer. It would have been cool to try that out. But I still have it, by the way. That was like printed. I think I printed this back in like. I definitely printed this back in 2011, 2012, and I still have it. It's still like, you know. I'm surprised it hasn't deteriorated, considering it's literally paper, and I didn't like put it in any protection. Probably should have. I finally placed it inside a folder. That's kind of how it like lasted so long, but still fine. Didn't, yeah.
But in 2011, affordable and reliable consumer AR technology just wasn't really there yet. Though in stark contrast to 3D, which generally became a dying fad in the public eye as the years progressed, the 3DS definitely laid the foundation for what was to come for AR technology.
That was the cool revelation from this video, just like, the 3DS didn't revolutionize 3D. It was it revolutionized AR. That's the big realization for me from this video. Like, wow.
The 3DS, AR found a second life in smartphones, one of the most common portable devices we carry around. Instead of using large AR markers or cards, we could now use a combination of motion sensors, GPS, and even depth sensing cameras to map out environments in real time. In fact, as I was recording the script for this video, Nintendo reviewed Mario Kart Live Home Circuit for the Switch, which combines modern AR technology with physical toys to create a real-life Mario Kart experience. So in a way, this tech never really left our minds. And in addition to viewing AR images on a phone or tablet screen or whatever, you could just take a page from VR and make wearable AR displays.
Oops.
Okay, maybe trying to make them consumer devices didn't go so well, but there have been a lot of industrial applications for this type of mixed reality tech with extremely accurate tracking. I had the really lucky opportunity to try the Microsoft HoloLens 2 out for myself recently, as one of my family members got a hold of it on a loan, and it was like a revelation.
This was a complete coincidence. I don't know how I... Yep. Yeah. I don't know how I met it. I didn't mean to like do this. Like, it just kind of happened as a funny coincidence. I would never be able to afford one of these, but like, I'm cool. I got to try one out. Just like, you know, it is legitimately like one of the coolest damn things I've ever tried, and I can also understand why it was really freaking expensive, but it is really indeed super cool. I mean, I don't think I've streamed a lot of like HoloLens stuff. Actually, a bunch of like cool HoloLens stuff I never got to try. Like before I actually tried one, the only place that I heard the name from was when they tried to, you know, reboot Conquer, and then they had like this game where they redesigned him, and then there was all this controversy. I couldn't even try the game out for myself because it supported the first model only, and this one is the second model. It's kind of weird. Never got to try that game, but really, HoloLens is really cool.
For me of how far this tech has come. With the use of what are essentially holographic displays, the virtual content can just appear in real life, and you can interact with it directly with your hands.
Man, I can't get across like.
You can draw in real-world 3D space, and the doodle will stay at the exact same place no matter how and where you look at it.
Yeah, I no longer have it on loan, so this is like the only footage I'll have of it. But it was cool while it lasted. I wanted to become a consumer thing so badly because it is legitimately really cool, and also yeah, there's the HoloLens, Microsoft HoloLens. It's a mixed reality thing. It's a standalone thing. It's super cool. There's actually like a very cool game for it. You can look it up. It's called R.O.B. And I'm just looking it up. Sidetrack time. So what this is, I don't know if there's like a cool there's an IGN game about it. No. I think there's this from 2016. So this is like face raiders, but if the technology was really there. So what it does is basically you look around with the headset on your head, and it has a scanner, and it basically scans your entire environment. You can basically map out your entire house or your apartment, so it knows basically where the walls physically are, and it can like stick things onto those walls, and it is like super accurate, like basically 99% tracking. It's like insane tech. Yeah, this is basically Nintendo On. If you want to think about it, like, it's Nintendo On if it was not VR but it was AR instead, because that's basically what it is. And the input device is literally just your hands. It just detects where your hands are and does the hand tracking thing with cameras, and it's like surprisingly accurate. It's not perfect, but you know, it basically scans your environment for walls.
Ready to start. I'm here to help you.
You just do like a pinching motion to like blast things.
Close.
Of course, the actual game, you know, runs in a high refresh rate, so it runs at a high frame rate. This is like just a capture, but
The hang of this.
You know.
Keep it up, and we'll both make it through.
This is literally face raiders. Like the way things blast through the walls, it literally looks like that. I should have taken footage of this, but like, you know.
Attack incoming.
Yeah, see, this is literally face raiders. But if the tech was cool. Yeah, like camera footage doesn't do it justice.
Look out!
It is pretty damn cool, and then you have to like physically dodge attacks with your head. Pretty rad. I think that's like probably the best game experience I had with this. I think I also tried that no. That was a different game.
Nice move.
That was a VR game.
All right, my X-ray meter is nearly charged. I will slow them down, so destroy as many as you can.
Enough gushing about it. But yeah.
World 3D space, and the doodle will stay at the exact same place no matter how and where you look at it. Like, that is kinda crazy to me. This simulated camera footage barely comes close to showing what it feels like to use this. While it
Also, actually, oh yeah, also this model.
will probably be a very long time before something like this is
The eyes are not perfect, but that is the best I could get it to work. And yeah, you can just load your own 3D models, plop them in the space. So because it basically kind of like maps out your entire environment. So if I plop this model down on my table and then like wear the headset out and then like walk into the living room, like mess around a little bit and then come back, the model will still be at the exact same place. Like, so that is like some super amazing tracking. This is HoloLens. You're not paying attention. No, just kidding. This HoloLens, super expensive, but like super cool. Like, I only got to demo it. I don't actually own one because I don't have the money. But it's crazy. That's fine. But yeah. How much is one anyways? Do you want to know? $3,500 US. If you wanna try it, like, it actually got a really cool interface. This is my first time doing like a cool. It was out for long. It was kind of like a university thing, but not my university, a relative's university. That's how they kind of got a hold of it. But yeah, no, we are not. There are not a lot of actual games for it. There's basically only just cool demos. Not to say the demos aren't cool, but like first time getting to try out like a mixed reality sort of thing, where you just control stuff with your hands, which is pretty neat.
On a consumer level, it's already seen some use in large sectors like education, architectural design, and industrial training. And even right now, consumer AR is still prevalent on smart devices. Apple in particular is really pushing the tech with their own devices currently.
Mario Odyssey.
But seeing these great developments in augmented reality just makes me think,
remember Minecraft? Cool game. Shame it died. This is Minecraft Earth, right? Like the game that died? Oops. Was it any good? I have no idea what you did in that game, so oops.
Back to how Nintendo was one of the first to try their hand at portable AR technology. Sure, it was a pretty cheap implementation of AR and wasn't really used for more than a handful of gimmick side modes, but in a way they pretty much predicted the potential of using this sort of technology on portable
remember the Pikmin AR game that was supposed to come out by Niantic? That was a thing. Hope it comes out soon. Why are they still testing it? Is that Pikmin 4? Okay, no.
Which led to it being explored for lots of practical uses in addition to simple games. And with tech companies toying around further with AR and mixed reality headsets, I'm very intrigued in seeing if they'll eventually have some major impact on mainstream technology in the far future, when they become cheaper and more efficient to produce. At the very least, it could potentially be more appealing
so
to
that's basically how you interact with things in HoloLens. You just kind of like grab stuff by the edges, moving around.
Wider audience than virtual reality,
cool,
seeing as the latter isn't always compatible with people who feel easily disoriented by it. But anyway, I feel that in this regard, the AR functionality of the 3DS could be seen as ahead of its time. It might not be a well-remembered aspect of the system nowadays compared to its game library and the other gimmicky main selling point, but if you've got some spare time and have some nostalgia for the early days of the system, maybe sit down with a pack of AR cards and go for a few rounds of fishing and archery sometime. Nearly 10 years into the 3DS's lifespan, the AR games definitely deserve a lot more love and appreciation, even if they weren't exactly perfect.
Yep. Good ending.
I'm just gonna tag this little discovery I made onto the end here since I don't know where else to fit it in this video. So I found out that there was a demo version of AR games that was presumably available in kiosk demos and the like. And turns out this demo was distributed on a game card. So somewhere out there's a rare physical version of a piece of built-in software. Gives you something to think about.
I want to own one. No, there's no eBay listing for it. Would have been cool though. If you're curious about what the demo has, I'm pretty sure it only contains like the first archery game and then that's it. But you do need the card. I mean, is it? There's like no demo. There's no information on it. Even finding a dump of it is hard. Like if you search demo, you only get like, you know. I'm gonna the only information I got was from this Nestworld article, which is a picture of it, which is cool, but like what? European, where, who, what, how, got? Okay. There's no like other. There's no like other, you know. Demo. No, that is eBay. That is not. If you search like 3DS demo cartridges, you cannot find AR games. 3DS demo cartridge. 3DS demo? AR games? Can't find that stuff. It'd be cool, but like at this point, I don't know. I feel probably one of the rarer ones. Yeah. AR games. Look after our planet. But yeah. When I made this, I just kind of expected it to be just, you know, a 3DS nostalgia video. Didn't really expect to go deep into like, you know, the evolution of AR technology. That was not really the purpose of the video, but you know, somehow I managed to end on that. And then I got a HoloLens. Tried out the HoloLens. Somehow that kind of like influenced how I wanted to make this video. Happy coincidences. They're cool. Yeah, that is AR games. RIP 3DS. Anyway, here we go. Rob. Pain to record. No. Okay, I'll get to it when I get to it.
Oh, haha, very funny, alternate me from the future.
Continuity.
Okay, I get it. You want me to make a core video on Rob the robot. So what, is he gonna start talking to me and then we're gonna rip off AVGN with the whole sentient robot thing? Huh, guess not. Look, I know you can't hear me, but this year has just been kind of tough, you know? You got quarantine and studies and all that. I just want someone to talk to, you know?
Like if you cry every time.
Robert the Robot. While
I would
this
never say that name like that ever again.
guy played a pretty significant part in Nintendo's early history, nowadays most people mainly know him from randomly showing up in Mario Kart and being able to punch Minecraft Steve in the face.
Ow.
For dedicated Nintendo fans though, the history of Rob has been fairly well known. There's an entire episode of The Gaming Historian that documents it really well, but if you need a quick rundown...
Yeah, so if you want to know more about the actual history, like just watch Gaming Historian's video. Like I didn't mean for this to be kind of like a... I know there was like plenty of videos out there about Rob. There's the cool Gaming Historian video about the actual story, and then basically the other videos are just kind of like, you know, I got a Rob, and then the Rob is talking to gaming YouTuber, and then you play Jarmite, and then Rob moves really slow, punchline, haha. Of course, I didn't really want to do something like that, so hence this video.
Rob was essentially used to market the NES as a toy in America, as retailers were reluctant to stock video game consoles after E.T. ruined everything. Still a fantastic video though, so go watch it if you haven't, after you finish this one of course. Now that was the story of Rob in America, but over in Nintendo's home country of Japan, there was admittedly a less fascinating tale to be told. The Famicom had already been released for 2 years by 1985 when the idea of Rob was conceived for marketing the NES, so it eventually got its own version of Rob titled creatively as the Family Computer Robot on July 26, 1985, a whole 5 months before Rob's NES debut. It wasn't
Red boy, look at him.
packaged with the system or anything, just sold on its own alongside the already existing lineup of Famicom peripherals.
I forgot what the one on the bottom right is. Is that just like a headset thing? Like, it plugs into the expansion port, but it outputs audio? Or is it like a mic thing? It's like a audio deck for the... No. Yeah, look it up. I think I saw this on sale like locally once, but I don't know the specifics of what it does. Maybe you can check it out.
Certainly almost felt like Nintendo was just releasing R.O.B in Japan out of obligation after designing it with the American market in mind. And with post-launch support equivalent to that for Super Mario Party,
Aged well. Then thank me later.
was quickly overshadowed by the release of Super Mario Bros. Just 2 months later. While there are no official sales figures for R.O.B, I'd reckon that the Famicom version sold a lot less than its Western counterpart, since the Japanese audience really didn't need it. Though nowadays it does make for an interesting collector's piece, seeing that it fits right into all the wacky Famicom accessories that have been released before and
this is my favorite part of the R.O.B commercials. Those guys just playing with R.O.B and it's like game police show up. It's just so... It's an actual Famicom commercial about R.O.B. Man's just like trying to play. The man's just trying to play Stack Up
collector's piece, seeing that it fits right into all the
this guy's just playing Gyromite in peace, and it's just like
Famicom accessories that have been released before and
Game Police. Playing Gyromite is illegal. I was like all like 80s futurism.
So this is the angle I'd like to tackle the subject of R.O.B the Robot from in this core video. The experience of using it with the Famicom and its newfound status as a retro collectible. Now I'm not sure about the exact rarity of the Famicom Robot, but from the online listings I've seen, boxed units are usually seen on Japanese marketplaces from $120 to $150 US. And that's sometimes with the two games stacked up.
Honestly, the NES R.O.B might be more expensive. Not sure. Like, judging from the recent listings, I don't know if it's just because it's a collector's thing, but I don't know. Like, how much is R.O.B? I mean, the games are rare, of course, but like, what about R.O.B itself? I'm guessing it's because like the pack-in ones are. I mean, R.O.B on its own, I think, is rare because, you know, R.O.B was normally a pack-in. Most people got it as pack-in. But like, what about like a loose R.O.B? Kind of like a working R.O.B, but without the bot. I'm not sure. If it's like packing with the system, it might be cheaper.
Gyromite included. Prices for the NES version in comparison vary a lot more and can range from $40 all the way to more than $300 depending on condition and completeness. And considering most people got R.O.B as part of a pack-in with the NES, listings for R.O.Bs that were sold separately are considerably more pricey.
This thing is probably expensive. Not a lot of people got R.O.B separately. You even need the games in addition to that, so.
As well as
I think there's like the same packaging as the Japanese version, right?
There are people out there who are paying more than $1,000 to own Stack Up.
You want to be that guy? Want to be that guy who pays $1,000 for Stack Up? Pain. No. No, don't do it.
Game collectors are weird. But back to the Japanese version. Back in 2019, I won an online auction for a near-complete Famicom robot set for around 15,000 yen.
This is a steal. I'm just saying that right now. Like, I mean, I had to fix the robot myself, but, you know, miraculously, it worked after fixing it. This is a dang good price. That is like, what?
Or $142 US excluding shipping prices. And man, those some shipping prices. I need to stop being reminded of my occasional
4,000 yen shipping. Let's not speak of this ever again.
Urging habits. But anyway, this packaging for the robot itself in the same aesthetic as the box for the Famicom is just clean and concise. I dig it. Inside the box you have the Japanese manual and of course the robot, neatly packed inside with a bunch of styrofoam. As for the robot itself, look, it's R.O.B. Do I have to say more? Just on the appearance.
Honestly, yeah, it's still kind of worth it because, you know, it's a complete in-box R.O.B. with a complete in-box Gyromite and a complete in-box Stack Up. The R.O.B. might not be working, but like, you know, the R.O.B. was untested basically, and I had to fix it myself. But
alone, this looked rad in the 80s and it still does today. I in particular love the coloring of the Famicom version. Seeing all these Famicom accessories share the same color scheme, it just makes me feel good inside. Some people say that the colors make the Famicom feel like a children's console, but I disagree. The burgundy red color has aged really well unlike the white plastic, and nowadays it gives the Famicom a suit.
Is the Famicom ROB compatible with the NES? Depends on what you want to play. If you have if you want to play Stack Up does not connect to the NES at all. It's a wireless thing, right? So normally you could, have a Famicom cartridge and then put an NES ROB in front of it. It would work the same. But the Gyromite needs you to put the controllers in the tray. So if you have the NES controllers, they will not fit in the Famicom version. The Famicom controllers do not fit in the NES version. So if you're playing Gyromite, then you need, the controller tray for your specific controller. I think that's like the only physical regional difference.
Retro aesthetic. And don't even get me started on Disk System Yellow.
God, look at this aesthetic. I love this aesthetic. Look at that. Yeah, the red and yellow. Perfect choice. Good combo.
So yeah, everyone loves how Rob looks, but
Rob.
what about how he plays? Maybe we should check in on myself from the future.
It's okay, I guess.
I love that shot. Is a specific I love that shot with the block falling. That's good.
The battery cover on the bottom of Rob shows a slot for 4 AA batteries. Also, before you turn it on, make sure no one is sleeping in your immediate vicinity.
Look at him go.
So yeah, a silent operation wasn't exactly on the agenda when they designed this. Now I should also mention that this was listed as an untested item when I bought it, and as I expected, the robot itself didn't work right out of the box. The mechanism that was supposed to hold the arms in place as they moved up and down stopped working. Fortunately, that's a well-documented old age issue with ROB units, and fixing it is as easy as opening it up and applying superglue to specific spots in the gear assembly.
Actually, decently easy fix if, unless you mess up and have everything tossed all around the place, I think there's a decent online tutorial for fixing this because it's a common issue, but
So once Rob is turned on, he automatically moves to what's called the standby position, with his arms at the highest point and facing forward. And now we need games to play with, so here's Stack Up, known as Robot Block in Japan. Again, love this simple but clear packaging. Look, in this box you get robot parts and game. Robot parts, game. Robot parts, game. You play a game with robot parts, robots sold separately. Inside you get a suitably white game cartridge and manual, a set of padded hands for Rob for him to grab onto blocks, 5 plastic stands to be hooked up to his base,
Nice.
and 5 colored blocks made from some sort of foam. And to be honest, these are really high quality blocks. They're sturdy and feel smooth in the hands, and the etching on top is a really nice touch. It feels like something Nintendo would make during their toy era in the 70s.
This is one of the oldest Nintendo commercials that probably still has surviving. It might be one of the first period, but the only black and white Nintendo commercial out there.
These go on the plastic tray directly in front of Rob in the specific order of colors. Alright, we are now in the game. To make sure Rob is correct.
Oh my god. Okay, is it time for me this? Actually, I already talked about it a bit before. But I talked about the issues with recording this before. But basically, this footage that you're looking at right now is going through it's going through a composite to HDMI converter. And even then, there is still some syncing I need to fix. But it wasn't that bad. But if I used my old capture card, every time the screen flashed, it made a new recording. Just dumb. Told me a while ago, find
Facing the screen, you select the test option from the menu. And of course Nintendo would have a banger of a tune composed for the test screen. Rob's light will start blinking if he can read the signal from the flash.
This is also a pain to set up. This is on my desk, so I had the tripod on the desk with the camera. I'm pretty sure my camera overheated at one point. My camera is weird. It's old and it's a bit of a weird setup for this. And also because the Famicom has hardwired controllers, and I had to put it there's the Famicom. The Famicom has hardwired controllers, so the controllers I can only tug them out from a specific length. I had the CRT, which has the Famicom signal has to go through both into the CRT and my capture card, And then I also had to have Rob facing the TV so he can read the signal. And I also need to have the camera capture Rob at a decent angle. This was kind of a miracle how this came together, actually. What camera to use? It's like a Sony Alpha camera. It's not the most advanced camera out there, but it sort of works for my purposes. But I think it's a bit more outdated. It's a bit old. It was like 2011, 2012-ish. 2013, basically around the early 2010s. That's like when it was stated. It also only takes videos, like the maximum frame rate it can take is like 50 FPS. So it's like PAL or something? I have no idea. Screen. The brightness of the screen can affect whether or not Rob can read the video signal. If it's too dark or too bright, he won't work. It's also a good time as any to mention that this does in fact only work with CRT screens, just like the Zapper and 3D system. So Stack Up is conceptually a very simple game. Your goal is to command Rob to grab and move the column of blocks in front of him so that they match the layout shown on the screen. Of course, you can't just control him directly with the controller. No, you play as Professor Hector, one of the many named Nintendo protagonists from the 80s that have never reappeared. And jump... Dead characters, bring him back. And jump on these blocks to control Rob's arm and hand movements. You can move Rob's arms in all 4 directions and grab blocks by closing his hands. And your score is based on how many jumps the professor makes in order to recreate. Honestly, it's a decent game. It's not that bad. Don't lay out, box saying clear a stage. Now, one aspect of Stack Up that people immediately dunk on is its way of detecting completion. Rob on his own is a self-contained toy, and he doesn't send signals back to the Famicom directly. Once you complete a stage, you just press start to let the game know you finished the stage. And I don't know, people making fun of the fact that you can just press start to skip all the stages is akin to someone just throwing out all their cards in a game of Uno and calling themselves the winner. It must have been really weird when I asked them to set up that shot of Uno, like... Anyway, not being able to detect completion is just a design limitation, but at least you should be respecting the rules while you play. So I'm just taking a look at this game for what it is. That said, Direct Mode, which is where you just manually command Rob to move blocks around with the professor acting as the middleman, is admittedly quite boring. Thankfully, the Nintendo gods decided to bless this game with 2 more game modes. Okay. Memory is legitimately a really good game mode, just saying. Memory is really cool. Like, that's what you play Stack Up for, basically. Memory mode has the same general objective of arranging blocks, but instead of Rob carrying out your commands immediately, you have to create a full sequence of commands that will lead to the desired setup of blocks. This is light years more interesting than Direct Mode, since now you have to take into account the position and height of Rob's hands at any given time, and issue commands correctly so that you don't miss your target or accidentally knock over a stack of blocks, which I'm pretty sure counts as losing the game. But when your programming prowess comes through and you issue a perfect sequence of commands, it's the ultimate intrinsic reward. You can't help but just sit there looking at Rob physically arrange the blocks exactly the way you want it and just going, Look, I made this happen! Yeah, so yeah, like... Stack Up is an interesting experience. Like, if you had like if you sort of like emulate it, I mean, of course, it should be very easy to emulate this. Like, all Rob does is look for screen flashes. You could do like you could put a virtual Rob on screen and have it like, I'm sure that is 100% possible, but it would not feel the same. It does not feel the same with the physical toy stacking blocks. That's like the coolest part of the game. Like, program it to like make it stack. It's just like, you can't describe it. It's like a thing you just have to try it out for yourself. Kind of like the Virtual Boy. I think I said that, like. Now, Bingo Mode, on the other hand, is weird. Professor Hector and a bunch of enemies all jump around on the same large board, and you have to activate a full row of buttons to issue its corresponding Rob command. The gimmick here being that enemies can activate commands on their own, usually ones that you don't want, and impede your progress in arranging blocks. Sounds cool in theory, but the pace of the game is even slower than Direct Mode. You play the game to see Rob moving blocks around in real life, and having to overcome artificial barriers like the large game board and enemies to do so isn't the most fun thing. And the enemies, I just want to look at the funny robot go brrr and then move the blocks, like, don't make me...
just end up more annoying than anything. If they issue a command that completely throws off what R.O.B is supposed to do, you just get blocks being knocked off or R.O.B's arms being stuck trying to move through blocks. There's this slight unsettling feeling like it's going to break sooner or later. There is a 2-player mode that replaces the enemies with a second player, Professor Vector, and you're instead competing to have R.O.B move blocks to his left or right side. At a glance it does look to be a lot more engaging than the 1-player version, but I don't have anyone else to play with, and turns out asking a random person to play Stack Up Bingo with me is not the best conversation starter.
Hey, wanna play Stack Up Bingo on the Famicom?
I only play the NES version.
So, okay, I don't know. You guys have any questions about? It's cool. Who was that guy? I have no idea. Like, a white guy just appeared in the middle of my video with no explanation. I don't even know who he is. What's the deal with that? They're just random people showing up my video. No reason. Like, dude. It's weird. I should probably fix that. Alright, moving on. Okay, no. Actually, like, for real? Main reason that, the main reason that happened was kind of just like, haha, I thought it'd be funny if I, like, wrote this part of the script. And, it would be funny if I, got a random YouTuber to, like, a cameo in that. And then I first DM'd him, and, he was more than happy to join in. Like, unfortunately, like, the only unfortunate thing was that the timing wasn't, like, the timing for everything wasn't set up that well, so, like, I kind of, like, DM'd him when he was in the middle of doing the charity thing last year. So, his response kind of got delayed a little bit, but, like, I was completely fine with that. Part of the reason why this video premiered in December instead of November is kind of that, but, I thought it was worth it at the end, so it was cool. Anyway, let's move on.
In general, only 1 out of the 3 single-player modes is actually fun to play, but it still gives Stack Up some merit. This is certainly a unique experience that can't really be replicated nowadays unless you play it on the original hardware, or if...
Also, yeah, he did send some alternate text for the line. I didn't really, like, write anything in the script. I just got, like, hey, want to play Stack Up Bingo on the Famicom? And it's like, you can respond with whatever you want because, I know you can come up with something funny. He just sent multiple texts to me with different lines. I posted them here, actually. Wait, I'm dumb. Like, Ian, if you didn't, like, did I pin them in the? Yeah, if you go to the AK Fits channel, I pinned the alternate text. If you want to check them out, cool behind the scenes content. Hope it doesn't mind, because these are cool. These are cool too. I have to pick one though, so I can only pick one.
Don't mix the replica R.O.B with block toys and all that jazz. Make it happen for Switch Online, you guys.
I spent so much time on this Photoshop for some reason. This is like a stupid. This is a dumb Photoshop. It would be cool though, right?
But I'm getting ahead of myself. There is still one other game to look at, and it's probably the main attraction for R.O.B as far as most people are concerned. Robot Gyro, or as it's better known in the West, Gyromite. There is
Gyromite, no.
Quite literally a lot to unpack here. We've got the game, obviously, a tray holder for the gyros, the 2 gyros themselves, an interesting contraption that we'll get to later, and a dedicated gyro spinner. This one's a real joy. It takes 1 D-sized battery to power, and you can
Do you still have D-sized batteries? Do y'all still have D-sized? Like, nothing in my... I had to go out and get D-sized batteries specifically for this thing. Not even C-size. Why? The Famicom disk system takes C-size batteries, not this. Why did...
Now, just by sticking one of the gyros inside.
For kids. This was sold in the Americas? This was sold in the Americas in the late 80s? Was this a safe thing for kids to think, Don't think this would have flied in the 90s, just saying.
Release any later, Nintendo would have had more lawsuits to deal with than the ones with Joy-Con Drift. That said, this is
it isn't actually that harmful. I'm gonna say. Because it's not necessarily like sharp edges, but you know, you could stick something. Imagine if you like stuck something else in that spinner, it would have not ended well.
Pretty cool thing on its own, you can just put down the gyro and watch it spin for 4 whole minutes. Heck, with 2
it's just a few seconds short of 420.
gyros, you can get all Beyblade up in this. Okay, let's get to the actual game. Before anything though, the game comes with its own set of claw-shaped hands for R.O.B that is required for picking up the gyros. Unfortunately, mine only came with one of the claws, which was the only thing listed as missing from the auction listing.
Man, I really wish I could get a separate one and complete a set. Like an actual one, not a 3D printed one, but
I'd buy a replacement for the other one, but no.
I'm pretty sure these are 3D prints. There are 3D prints being sold by eBay sellers, but it's like $13. And that is like $10 shipping. That's like double the price.
Thankfully, 3D printing...
Wow, thank God I have my own 3D printer.
To save the day, technology is great. Using the padded hand from Stack Up on the other arm also serves as a passable substitute in case you were wondering. Each of the plastic contraptions go onto R.O.B like this. Also, before starting up the game, you need to put the second controller in this plastic tray.
So yeah, if you had NES controller, this would not fit. That's like the only like physical regional difference, aside from the color, I think.
This is made a lot less convenient by the fact that the Famicom controllers are hardwired and pretty dang short. It's a miracle I got these all in the same shop while still having R.O.B face the screen.
Banger. 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 Check that out. At time.
The menu layout for Gyromite is definitely similar to that for Stack Up, though the direct mode is considerably less boring this time around. Instead of passively commanding R.O.B by pressing virtual buttons, this time your actual buttons do directly send commands to him.
So I don't think
the D-pad makes R.O.B move his arms in the same 4 directions, and A and B are used for open.
So I didn't specifically mention this here because, like, you know, I didn't specifically mention this here because it's a bit technical. So, you know, in Stack Up, when you tell R.O.B to move his arms up and down, there's like 5 different blocks on the, when he can move around. So there's like 5 different layers, 5 different heights for this hand to move up and down in. And including, 5 and then like 6 more, 1 more at the top as like a blank space for the hands to move over. So R.O.B's hands can move up and down in like 6 different increments in Stack Up. In Gyromite, it's actually different. So I believe in Gyromite, there's like, there's one hand position. If you press up once, he moves to the top position. You press down once, he moves downward in the middle. And then you press down again, he like moves to the lowest position where he like presses something down. So like the move up and down, like the commands for moving up and down, the screen flash patterns that are sent to R.O.B are actually different between Stack Up and Gyromite. So like Gyromite has like his own version of like move hands how much. And I think those are like the only commands that are ever like hard programmed into R.O.B. There's like move hands up and down in small increments, and then there's move hands up and down in large increments. And in fact, if you had like a Famicom homebrew that can like send its own custom screen flashes, you can have all those commands sent to R.O.B in different combinations. There is also an unused screen command that resets R.O.B, so it kind of like does the whole like swings arms to the left side and goes back to the center again. He kind of does the reset thing. That's like an unused command you can do for screen flashes. You can actually do that if you have like a Family Basic cartridge. Family Basic, if you didn't like, it was the one game that lets you, make your own custom programs through Basic. You can load them. You could actually do that. You could actually make programs that simulate screen flashes on a CRT that are basically R.O.B commands. So you can use the keyboard to control R.O.B. I tried it once. It was pretty cool. But you have to load programs in, so like it's a bit of a hassle. Maybe if someone, I'm pretty sure there's probably homebrew software out there that does it. Man, I really should get an EverDrive. It's like I keep saying that to myself, but yeah. Cool R.O.B tidbits for today.
And closing his hands. Direct mode is more just a testing ground to get you familiar with R.O.B's controls, as you're going to be grabbing and moving gyros a lot in this game. Alright, let's start up Game A. The 2-player mode in this game is simply alternating multiplayer, so no need to worry much about that. Finally, we have something more resembling the old arcade style of NES games like Ice Climber or Wrecking Crew. You play as Professor Hector once again, trying to collect all the dynamite in each level to apparently prevent a huge explosion. He can't do much, only walk around and climb ropes. He can't even jump. Like, dude, that's the only thing you did in the last game. So what role does R.O.B play in this enchanting tale? Probably some unseen entity from a higher plane of existence. I have a thesis on the religious subtext of Gyromite ready in no time.
You guys really read this? Ha 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 ha!
The objective of the game is simple, but your progress is immediately blocked by these colored gates.
Anyway.
To open them, you have to press start and issue commands to R.O.B one by one, just like in direct mode. So that he picks a gyro from the holder, moves it over to one of these colored trays, press it down on the corresponding color, then the gate opens up.
Gameplay. 1980s. Please understand.
And as you can see, yep, all this plastic contraption does is press a button on the second controller. And yes, just as I said regarding Stack Up's lack of a completion check, I'm sure playing the game while using both controllers at once is probably infinitely easier, but there
has to be a speedrun of this game with 2 controllers, right? Like, that has to have happened. Wait, are there even speedruns for this game at all? Like, you can look it up. Can I get a speedrun like with R.O.B category and like 2 controllers category? That would be so funny if there was like a R.O.B category.
Missing the whole point. So you also have to avoid these enemies called Smicks that run around and climb ropes just like the professor can.
Gyromite, Game B, R.O.B the robot. Only one. R.O.B the robot %. Wait. Huh? So this is like is this with R.O.B or not? I'm guessing this is like 2 controllers. Down. Yeah, this is with 2 controllers. Okay. So this is the world record. Gyromite. I mean, I'm sure it's interesting in its own right, but like R.O.B the robot. Wait, but Game B, you can only do Game B with R.O.B the robot. Oh my god!
We'll save them for another stream. You don't want to use them all at once, Lemon.
Look at that.
All right.
Oh, because Game B, the only way Game B can be challenging is if you use R.O.B the robot. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but like, if you don't have R.O.B the robot, then Game B becomes infinitely easier. Because this is the auto-scrolling stage where you have to control R.O.B and control the gates. You can only do that. I mean, it's an auto-scroller. Can you really call it a speedrun? If it's, you know... If you only complete at a certain amount of time, is that really a speedrun? You can argue. Because I don't think there's a speed up option. Miscellaneous. What game A R.O.B the robot? Oh my god, there is. 54 minutes! Oh my god, there is. 54. Oh my god, it's the Famicom version too, dude, guys. Look at that. Okay, this is a speed run. Look at him go. Can we get a game stun quick sometime with, like, you know, Gyromite? I'd be down for that. Why has no one brought a R.O.B to, like, GDQ one day? Just play Gyromite. It just takes an hour. It's fine. Oh my god, this timing is so, like... R.O.B strats. Look at that. I'm sure there's a Gyromite task. God. I like jump to the middle, see how the strats are going. I think it's like you have to manipulate R.O.B like at exactly the right times. It's kind of like preparing for like additional moves. Fuck, he has to remove the gyro from the red tray. Come on, Rob, you can do it. Get that out. God. There we go. Get through. That Rob the robot. That's how it works. The absolute madman. A Gyromite speedrun without Rob. It's not a real Gyromite speedrun.
Can't defeat them on your own. Your only defense against them is offering these turnips as a temporary distraction, or crushing them to death with the colored gates when you get the chance.
Death.
Since you can't jump, maneuvering around these enemies while also juggling Rob's sluggish movement can be a decent challenge, since one wrong move and you can get stuck in the dead end or have a Smic come marching straight at your face. But timing is pretty much the name of the game. Once you learn how to factor in the time that Rob takes to, do anything, you can learn to plan your moves ahead and pull off some sick moves. It's satisfying when you get Rob to move the color gates at just the right time and crush a Smic that's coming straight at you. You can even use the moving gates to get additional height before they crush you or get out of a pickle at the last second. And when you inevitably encounter situations where you have to open both colors of gates, that's where the gyro spinner comes in. You take one gyro with Rob, put it in the spinner so it revs up like someone's drilling in my apartment, take it out, move it over to one of the trays, and let go.
Look at that.
And now the gyro stays in place so you can move over to the second gyro and place it on the other tray. Yes, this is like Rube Goldberg machine levels of complexity just to push both buttons on a controller at once. But just look at this setup, it's so dumb it's good, I can't get mad at it. It's like the 80s version of they can do this because they're Nintendo.
Imagine if this was being sold like in the modern day.
With all this, I think it's safe to say that Gyromite is a decent puzzler if it's played as intended. I personally think it's a tad more engaging than the usual arcade-style NES game.
Those are bold words, I just said there, like... Honestly, like, having a physical companion with you is half fun.
Switching between control...
I don't know if it's like, I've played this game so much, I'm starting to love it, but like,
The Professor and controlling Rob can be finicky at times. The physicality of the tools you have certainly help. Nintendo could have done a modern release of this game where there's a virtual Rob on screen moving gyros around, but it would be a far cry from the real thing. This is a really well-designed contraption, all things considered, even if its ultimate purpose is to just push buttons on a controller. Okay, there's a game B too, so let's check that out. For those of you who find Gyromite too frantic and panic-inducing, this mode is for you. Featuring slow auto-scrolling levels and a sleepwalking professor that automatically walks and climbs ropes. Your job is to simply control Rob directly and move the gates just like before so that the professor reaches the end without becoming Smic food. This is a neat take on the regular game, but as you can tell, it definitely takes a while to actually start getting exciting. That's how fast the professor walks and you can't change it. There are some occasional bits where you have to make snap decisions at branching paths since the screen scroll barely warns you about incoming dangers, but those are few and far between. They did get me once or twice though. This part doesn't even tell me the correct path until I've crossed the point of no return. Oops. The bastards. I think this mode could have been improved a bit if they just had a speed toggle for the professor. I mean, they even had a speed toggle in the memory mode of Stack Up to account for Rob moving things at a slower pace when he's low on battery. They thought of that, but not this. Okay.
Yeah, so Rob actually does like change his response time depending on the battery level. That's kind of a interesting little thing to like, keep in mind.
So, Gyromite and Stack Up. Despite claims of them being just mediocre games over the years, I do think they're decent time wasters. And the novelty of Rob certainly adds to it. He may just look like a slow, dumb robot, but it's cool to see Nintendo go out of the way to design a game experience tailored around the slow, dumb...
Perfect. 10 out of 10. He's doing a good job. He's trying his best.
But of course, the value proposition for Rob likely wasn't that high when he was originally released. Once people got past the Trojan horse marketing and actually tried out the robot, they probably just went back to playing Mario instead. With his job of marketing millions of NES systems in America finally complete and not doing much everywhere else, Rob can now safely rest and gather dust on shelves around the world. In the modern day, however, with Rob seeing a resurgence as a literal Nintendo cameo machine, interest in the actual Rob units have been rekindled. And while Rob only ever received 2 official games, there have been a few attempts at creating custom software for him, since all the input he needs is screen flashes from a CRT. Though his pre-programmed movements and the lack of custom peripherals is definitely a barrier to homebrew developers finding a decent use for Rob.
Yeah, I was always wondered, if you had a Switch hooked up to a composite input into a CRT, can you control Rob through Game Builder Garage? I want to know that. That might be a cool experiment. I have no idea. It might work. And you can use Gyromite, and you have the NES and Famicom control. Does that work? Do they work in Game Builder Garage? Like, try it on stream. I do not have an HDMI to AV converter. Yeah, shocking, I know. Can you replicate flashes like that on Game Builder Garage? I mean, have you seen what the people are doing in Game Builder? I'm pretty sure, like, that should not be a big trouble at all. But, it's possible, probably. Like, the patterns have already been well documented. All you need is to, implement them.
The most noteworthy one I could think of as of this video is this Christmas-themed cartridge that lets Rob sorta dance to some 8-bit Christmas music.
Can it be done on YouTube on a CRT? Yes. Theoretically. You could, even on an emulator, like if you have a Wii hooked up to a CRT, and you have an NES emulator running in it, and you run Gyromite, it works just as intended, and you can control Rob wirelessly with a Wii remote or something. Technically, that's what you're doing.
So the question is, if you own a NES or a Famicom, is Rob something that's still worth collecting and trying out? Personally, I think so, provided that you're actually paying reasonable prices. It's like getting to use an actual Virtual Boy. Sure, you could just run Virtual Boy games on an emulator, maybe even with a VR headset if you're feeling fancy, but it's another thing to actually use the infamous original hardware.
I don't know why I'm like reusing this footage from like 2 years ago. I don't know.
Which isn't an experience that can be easily replicated. Similarly, I think playing with an actual Rob is something that's worth trying out for hardcore Nintendo fans. It's a great way to experience the beginning of a tradition where Nintendo's toy-making roots show through in the video game business. And even if this Japanese version I have doesn't really have the historical significance that its Western counterpart has, it still looks super cool. Some of you are paying more than $100 for collectible figures and statues anyway.
Ow.
Even if you can only afford Rob himself and not the games, you can't deny that this is an amazing set piece. All gaming YouTubers who film themselves in front of their collection are legally mandated to have a Rob in the background. That's right, I make the rules now.
Who do you, like... You, with gamer shells, put a Rob on top of this.
That's Rob the Robot. Turns out Robotic Operating Buddy is a pretty accurate way to describe the little guy. And while he has long served his intended purpose in Nintendo history, I certainly hope Rob's legacy lives on through his many cameos. They should really give you more representation, Okay, I'll admit, even with the bit at the beginning of this video, I think it'd be pretty cool if they made a Rob that could talk back to you with current technology. But that probably won't ever happen now, will it?
Ha! Funny gag. It's real. Yep. That's the funny gag. Did you really draw that whole thing for a 5-second long gag? Yes, I did. Yeah, I did the AVGN thing. Sue me. That's Rob the Robot. Elephant and Swing Play. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I think I offered like a unique enough perspective on Rob the Robot. I mean, most people are like, oh, Gyromite, Rob moves so slow, he's so clunky. And, the games are trash. You can, stack up, you just press start, you complete the game. There's no point to it. The Gyromite moves so slow, just use 2 controllers. I always felt like, it's kind of missing the point. Also, yeah, YouTube is good. You just recommended NES Works to me. NES Works is good. Go watch that. Yeah. This is also a good. This is also a good video on Rob, actually. But yeah, that was like cool to like look at Rob in a positive light because Rob is legitimately cool. There should be more cool things that could be done with it. There's some more homebrew that could happen. But yeah, maybe what I just said, you could probably program him through a Nintendo Switch. Honestly, like that's something I think some person could definitely take a look into. Not yeah. I didn't actually ever expect to get a Famicom robot. Like there was this one time I was in the store in Hong Kong locally. Because I got this I got this imported from Japan. So the only time I've ever seen a R.O.B locally was in a store. It was kind of like, in one of those like high grade retro stores that sells everything super expensively. And it was kind of like just buried at the top near the ceiling with a bunch of other things in the shelves. It's like I pointed that out. I was like, oh, that's a Famicom R.O.B. Like, and then it's like, yeah, but and the storekeeper was like, yeah, but it's not for sale. And I always thought like, Famicom R.O.B. was gonna be like this super expensive thing that I'll probably never get to try. But hey, funny how that works out. But yeah. Famicom R.O.B. is legitimately one of the more cooler things in my collection because I never got to play a R.O.B. until now, basically. And yeah, like the Virtual Boy, it's a pretty cool experience on its own, even though every other gaming YouTuber likes to trash on it. Also, Famicom R.O.B. looks infinitely better than the NES one. Yeah. Yeah. If only like R.O.B. was more common. If he were more common, that there would be more homebrew stuff that utilizes him. If you go on to, I believe, NES Dev, I think it's NES Dev. You can find R.O.B. the Robot somewhere in here. Actually, I think it's just called the Robot. Is it? R.O.B. Yeah, protocol features a series of flash of light, 1 bit for vertical sync, takes vertical sync, man. 10 commands are known to exist. So I believe these are just like, there's up 2 steps, up 1 step, down 1 step, down 2 steps. So the 2-step ones are used in Gyromite, but not in Stack Up. Stack Up only has 1 step and 1 step move. Then turn the body left and right, close the arms, open the arms, turn the LED on permanently. Yeah, that's also used. And then there's reset. An endless stream of 30 Hz flashes will cause the LED to blink when R.O.B. sees light from the TV. So this is the test mode. There's even like they dumped the firmware. Like, what? R.O.B. firmware. Oh. Just disassemble it. Why not? This is disassembly of R.O.B. Just know what all the commands are. If you want to do that. I think it's kind of just like the hard code, the code that's present within R.O.B. That's basically what it is. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like this is just the commands for, open the arms is 1010. So if like, for example, if I go back into Gyromite, I don't know if I can show it.
Time your actual buttons do directly send commands to him. The D-pad makes R.O.B. move his arms in the same 4 directions, and A and B are used for opening and closing his hands. Direct mode is more just a testing ground.
So like this is
directions, and A and B are used for opening and closing his hands. Direct mode.
So like if I frame by frame do through this, I don't know if that's how it works, but let's see. 1 0 0. I have no idea how it's supposed to work. I think it's actually dependent on the timing, but I think there's like more detailed like documentation of how that works, because there is like Famicom basic software that can control R.O.B. I don't know how the timing thing works. If a 60 hertz thing with a LCD with a CRT, it might work. This way to replicate that on Game Builder Garage, that would be pretty sick. And if Game Builder Garage actually supports the Famicom control, I don't know if they do actually. If it supports the NES and Famicom controllers, then you can just recreate Stack Up. I don't make Stack Up playable in Game Builder Garage. Just why not? It's literally just a puzzle thing. I only have the Famicom controllers, but I have the Famicom. Wait, did I never? Oh yeah. Well, I guess I could share this as like the bonus thing, but
with those LED lights, but it might be a lot trickier if you want to actually use them with the Famicom. You could probably hook up a Bluetooth receiver as a mod if you're clever enough, but that's not really my strong suit, even though I'd love to see someone try it out. Instead, I turned my mind to the one Famicom accessory that physically connects to the controllers themselves, R.O.B the robot.
He's back! With the Famicom controller, it fits perfectly.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, I just dropped it on there and they even press it down.
These controllers really are worth the price.
Man, if we could just do that, with Game Builder Garage, and it's an actual CRT connect, switch is actually hooked up to a CRT, and can send commands to R.O.B, that would be so sick. Looking forward to that. That would be cool. Theoretically possible. Someone should try it out. What other person out there owns Game Builder Garage, actually does stuff with it, and owns a R.O.B? The overlap is small, I'd imagine. Find a Game Builder Garage programmer. Be the change you want to see in the world. I still need an HDMI to AV converter though. So, oops. That'd be nice. Anyway, that is it. That is the last core video. We did it, guys.